Hey, what if I told you that most of the things you did today, what you clicked on, what you bought, and even how you argued, were not as free as you thought? Small pushes, smart tricks, and hidden biases are always steering you. It's not just ads or officials, it's also your friends, coworkers, and even your own habits. The scariest part? You don't even notice it until you look back and ask yourself, why did I do that? We're going down that rabbit hole with 100 psychological mind games you won't believe exist, not to scare you, but to make you aware, because you can't get rid of the games once you see them. Where are you hearing right now? Before we begin, your couch, your car, or maybe you're half asleep on the treadmill? I'm glad you got here. No matter how you got here, like what you see. If you want to see more, click subscribe. It may seem like a small thing, but it really does make a difference. Also, let me know in the comments, which of these mind games do you find yourself falling for the most? For me, it's those fake only two left alerts. They always manage to get me. Looking forward to hearing yours. Reciprocity norm. Favors spark invisible debts that press for repayment. Human relationships rest on an unspoken rule. If you do something for me, I'll return the favor, though usually not by scratching your back, unless you've got an unreachable itch. This reciprocity norm is the invisible glue that keeps societies functioning. A small gesture, like a free mint with your restaurant bill, or a friend holding the elevator, triggers a subtle sense of obligation. It doesn't matter how minor the act. The pull to reciprocate is powerful. Marketers understand this well. A free sample at the grocery store isn't just generosity, it's strategy. Your brain nudges. You can't just walk away. Buy the cheese. Historically, failing to return favors could mean social exclusion, which once carried real survival risks. Even today, the instinct lingers. A car dealer who throws in floor mats, or a charity handing out a cheap pen, isn't being random. They're priming you to give more than you planned. Psychology experiments confirm this. In one classic study, people who received a free soda from a stranger were far more likely to buy raffle tickets from him later, regardless of whether they actually liked him. Reciprocity often overrides personal feelings, creating moments where you wonder why you said yes when you wanted to say no. Of course, this rule doesn't only apply to sales or donations. A colleague remembering your coffee order can spark genuine warmth, and the thought, I'll return the kindness. But reciprocity can be exploited too. Manipulative partners, influencers, and political campaigns often use gifts or freebies to manufacture loyalty. The line between genuine generosity and subtle coercion can be thin. Still, reciprocity isn't inherently bad. Collaboration, friendships, and everyday kindness rely on it. The key is awareness. When you feel that inner voice whisper, you owe them, pause and ask, is this a fair exchange or a calculated push? Even when you recognize the tactic, the pull remains strong. Who hasn't lingered at a booth after accepting a free cookie? The best defense is awareness. Know when to give back, and when a smile, a thank you, and walking away with the mint is enough. Commitment and consistency. Once declared, choices steer future behavior. When someone says yes, even to something small, their mind shifts to stay consistent with that choice. People dislike seeing themselves as dishonest, so the drive for commitment and consistency isn't purely logical. It's about protecting self-image. Once a promise is made, especially in public, it becomes a reflection of identity. A person who casually tells friends they'll start working out may not enjoy the gym, but they'll go anyway to avoid being seen as unreliable. Marketers and organizers know this well. Political canvassers often begin with harmless requests, signing a petition or putting up a bumper sticker. These tiny acts plant a seed. I'm the kind of person who supports this cause. Later, refusing a bigger request feels like betraying that identity. A small yes grows into larger commitments, donations, volunteer hours, even phone banking. What starts as a snowball rolls into an avalanche of obligation. Classic studies reveal how powerful this effect can be. In one, homeowners who first agreed to display a small window sign promoting safe driving were far more likely later to allow a massive, unattractive billboard in their yard. Without that initial step, the leap would have seemed absurd. Once people adopt a belief as part of their public image, they'll go to great lengths to stay consistent. Businesses use the same principle with free trials and credit card required memberships. Clicking "I agree" isn't just legal, it's a psychological commitment. Canceling later feels like undoing a decision, and the brain resists backtracking. That's why people keep paying for subscriptions they rarely use. In some cases, that commitment outlasts the habit itself. Consistency becomes even stronger in social settings. Public promises feel binding. Announcing goals online or voicing support in a meeting creates the illusion of accountability, even when no one is paying close attention. Changing course then feels embarrassing, so people double down, sometimes supporting ideas they no longer believe in. The pull extends beyond behavior to beliefs themselves. Psychologists have found that after making a purchase, people often convince themselves they like the brand more than they actually did at first. The logic is circular. I bought it, so I must have had a reason. Actions shape attitudes, and attitudes reinforce actions, locking self-image into place. Yet consistency isn't inherently negative. It can fuel discipline, helping people stick to exercise routines, writing goals, or study plans. Accountability partners, progress trackers, and public commitments all work because the memory of a past promise nudges behavior forward. The key is awareness. Small commitments can be the first step to meaningful growth or to manipulation. Recognizing the pattern doesn't erase its pull, but it gives you the choice: follow through or stop before the harmless yes snowballs into the billboard on your lawn. Social proof. In uncertainty, we copy what many others appear to do. When people face uncertainty, they often look to others for guidance. This isn't laziness. It's survival instinct. A dish feels safer if several nearby tables are eating it, and a joke seems funnier when the whole theater laughs. Psychologists call this shortcut social proof. If the group survives, their behavior must work. Most of the time, it's reliable, but the same force that reassures us can also mislead. When the crowd is wrong, the digital world amplifies this effect. 5-star ratings, even if padded by friends or bots, persuade more effectively than a thoughtful review. People rarely dig into details. They scan averages, assuming the numbers capture reality. That's why apps and online stores keep ratings front and center. It's the modern version of joining the longest food stall line, trusting the crowd over personal judgment. Classic experiments reveal just how strong this pull is. In Solomon Ash's famous studies, participants agreed with obviously wrong answers about line lengths simply because everyone else did. The cost of standing out felt greater than the cost of being wrong. Social proof doesn't just shape behavior, it seeps into belief, which makes it even more unsettling. Marketers exploit this instinct constantly. Most popular choice tags, follower counts, and bestseller labels are engineered nudges. Bars install fake lines outside to signal desirability. Scarcity creates urgency, but social proof suggests safety. If others are waiting, there must be something worth joining. The influence extends well beyond buying habits. Silence in groups is often mistaken for agreement, leading to pluralistic ignorance, where everyone assumes others believe in an idea they privately doubt. This dynamic allows bad policies, toxic workplaces, or harmful norms to persist unchallenged. Sometimes the effects are surprisingly lighthearted. Take canned laughter. No one thinks it's real, but it still makes jokes seem funnier. Even fake signals of enjoyment tap into our instinct to join in, spreading emotion through suggestion. Of course, social proof isn't all bad. It helps people avoid constant trial and error. Crowded restaurants usually serve good food, and crossing with the group is safer than darting across alone. But awareness matters. 10,000 app downloads may reflect popularity, not quality, and long lines may hide poor judgment as easily as good taste. The trick is knowing when to trust the crowd and when to step back, because following lemmings feels safe right up until they reach the cliff. Scarcity effect. The rarer something feels, the more urgently we want it. Scarcity has a strange power. The fewer items there are, the more valuable they seem. A red tag screaming, "Only 2 left," can turn an ordinary product into something irresistible, as if those last boxes hold the secret to happiness. This instinct traces back to survival. When resources were scarce, hesitation could mean starvation. Today it means panic buying concert tickets. You weren't even sure you wanted the moment a site warns they're almost gone. Retailers exploit this flawlessly. On Black Friday, stacks of TVs vanish by mid-morning, not because they won't be restocked, but because the shrinking pile triggers a hunter-gatherer response. Airlines and travel sites use the same trick, flashing alerts like only 3 seats left at this price. Suddenly, careful planners abandon reason for urgency, fearing the loss more than valuing the choice. Psychologists have long shown how scarcity warps judgment. In one experiment, people rated cookies from a nearly empty jar as tastier than identical ones from a full jar. Fewer cookies signaled exclusivity, so desire spiked. The same logic spills into social life. A delayed text feels more valuable than an instant reply, and people on dating apps seem more attractive when they appear hard to reach. Scarcity makes the ordinary feel rare. The danger is obvious. Scarcity can push people to chase things they don't really want. Closets are packed with unworn bargains, and unopened gadgets gather dust bought only because the deal was too good to miss. Desire comes first, reason comes later. Of course, scarcity isn't always a trick. Sometimes the last loaf of bread or the final seat on a flight is genuinely worth grabbing fast. The challenge is knowing the difference. Before acting, ask, do I want this because it's valuable, or just because it's almost gone? That pause can turn impulse into intention. After all, survival once depended on seizing what was scarce. Today, it's worth remembering there will always be another sale, another ticket, another TV. Authority bias. Titles, expertise cues, and uniforms shortcut our judgment. Strangely, ordinary words sound more convincing when delivered from a podium or by someone in a lab coat. This is authority bias, the instinct to think. They look official, so they must be right. Instead of analyzing the message, the brain defers to titles, uniforms, and credentials, saving effort but leaving us open to persuasion by appearances. Classic experiments show how deep this runs. In the 1960s, Stanley Milgram's obedience studies revealed that participants would administer what they believed were painful electric shocks simply because a man in a lab coat told them to. The cloth wasn't magical, but it symbolized authority strongly enough to override doubt. The unsettling lesson: authority figures can push ordinary people into harmful actions. The same effect is everywhere in daily life. Ads often feature actors dressed as doctors, complete with stethoscopes and jargon, selling toothpaste or supplements. Financial analysts on TV are trusted because of titles, not because their predictions are accurate. Celebrities endorsing health products borrow authority they don't actually possess. Even in workplaces, ideas from managers are praised, while interns' contributions are overlooked. Not because the content differs, but because the source does. Sometimes, this bias plays out in almost comic ways. A clipboard-wielding stranger can easily convince people to answer surveys. Security guards command respect, even in empty hallways. Uniforms and props trigger compliance, often more than the actual situation. Yet authority bias isn't always harmful. Trusting genuine experts makes life manageable. We don't all have time to verify medical research before taking antibiotics. The danger comes when symbols of authority replace substance. Titles and appearances are easy to fake, and few people check them closely. Awareness is the best defense. Ask, is this person truly an expert, or just wearing the costume of one? Is the boss's idea solid, or simply amplified by the title? Authority bias once helped people survive by deferring to leaders in uncertain conditions. But today, the lab coat has been replaced by blue check marks and verified badges. Costumes can say, "Trust me," but only the content deserves belief. Loss aversion. Potential losses hurt more than equal gains. Delight. Finding $20 on the street might brighten your day, but losing the same amount can ruin it. That imbalance, where losses sting more than equivalent gains, please us, is called loss aversion. Behavioral economists Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky demonstrated through prospect theory that people would rather avoid losing than take an equal chance to win. The math often makes sense, but the emotional weight of loss tips the scales. Marketers and negotiators use this instinct constantly. Save $50 by switching. Sounds appealing, but you're losing $50 every month by staying is unbearable. Gyms keep members motivated with lines like "Don't lose your progress," and subscription services rely on free trials, because giving something up feels worse than never having it. Once people get a taste, canceling feels like loss. This bias seeps into daily life. Investors hold failing stocks to avoid realizing a loss. Students stay in majors they dislike, unwilling to abandon years already spent. People remain in relationships long past their expiration, fearing wasted effort more than future unhappiness. Loss aversion keeps them stuck. Games and casinos exploit the same psychology. Players hate losing progress or narrowly missing a jackpot more than they love winning. That sense of loss drives them to keep playing, chasing restoration. Even small defeats stand out. Someone might ignore a $5 monthly app charge, but fume over a $5 parking ticket. Both are losses, but one feels sharper. Still, loss aversion isn't all bad. It can be reframed as motivation. "Don't lose the progress you've made," can be more powerful than "keep going." Awareness helps too. Losing a little money is annoying, but it doesn't need to ruin your day. Ultimately, loss aversion isn't about money. It's about ownership. Giving up something we already hold feels painful, even if rationally it shouldn't. The key is learning to distinguish between a true warning, like not wasting food or missing a real opportunity, and the brain's overreaction to losing $20. Anchoring. First numbers set the yardstick for every comparison after. The first number you see can quietly shape every judgment that follows, even when reason tells you it shouldn't matter. The brain latches onto that number as an anchor. A car listed at $40,000 suddenly feels like a bargain at $35,000, even if its real value is closer to $25,000. Every other figure is judged against that starting point. Classic experiments prove how powerful this bias is. In one famous study, participants spun a rigged wheel of fortune before estimating how many United Nations countries were in Africa. Those who landed on high numbers guessed higher. Those who spun low guessed lower. The spin was meaningless, but it anchored their thinking. Advertisers exploit this constantly. A jacket reduced from $300 to $149 feels like a steal, even if it's worth only $100. Restaurants place an overpriced steak at the top of the menu so that mid-range dishes look cheap by comparison. We remember the inflated number more than the fair one. Anchors shape judgments outside of money too. First impressions matter because labels stick. If someone is introduced as brilliant, flaws are overlooked. If they're branded lazy, every action is colored by that assumption. Anchors also dominate negotiations. The first offer sets the tone. A $75,000 salary feels acceptable against an $80,000 anchor, but it would feel disappointing if the opening number had been lower. Skilled negotiators know to set anchors early or reframe those of their opponents. The bias creeps into everyday quirks. A person who insists on 8 hours of sleep will complain about exhaustion after 6, while others consider 6 normal. Old memories of gas prices under $1 make today's prices seem outrageous, even if inflation explains the difference. Once set, anchors drag perceptions with them. Because anchoring is automatic, it's nearly impossible to avoid. People believe they're being objective when they're not. The best defense is to ask, compared to what? Is this deal genuinely good, or just better than the inflated number I was shown first? Anchors will always tug at judgments, but questioning them weakens their grip. Framing effect. 90% success sounds safer than 10% failure. Same math. How information is framed often matters more than the information itself. That's the essence of the framing effect. Identical facts trigger different reactions depending on whether they're cast in a positive or negative light. A treatment with a 90% survival rate feels reassuring, but the same treatment described as a 10% mortality rate suddenly feels risky. The numbers don't change, but perception does. Marketers and politicians thrive on this principle. Yogurt, labeled 90% fat-free, outsells the identical tub labeled 10% fat. A contribution sounds more patriotic than a tax. Words act like spotlights, emphasizing one angle while hiding another, shaping judgment without altering reality. Psychologists have demonstrated how framing steers decisions. In one famous study, participants chose between 2 medical treatments during a hypothetical outbreak. When results were described as lives saved, people leaned toward the safer option. When framed as lives lost, the majority switched to riskier choices. Same math, different story. Proof that risk tolerance bends to presentation. Framing also reshapes fairness and morality. Calling unemployment 90% employment feels hopeful. 10% jobless sounds dire. Government support described as assistance feels humane, while a handout feels demeaning. Even in daily life, the description matters. Quiet and thoughtful paints a kinder picture than not outgoing. Though both describe the same trait, businesses use framing to soften bad news. A phone plan isn't sold as $1,200 a year, but just $99 a month. Airlines say upgrade for only $20 more. Instead of your ticket lacks basic comforts. Customers often see through the trick, yet still respond. It's like knowing the magician's sleight of hand while still gasping at the reveal. Sometimes framing is unintentionally funny. Pre-owned vehicle feels more dignified than used car, as if the previous owner simply admired it in a garage. Fee adjustment sounds neutral compared to price hike, even though both mean you're paying more. Language smooths rough edges, making reality easier to swallow. Awareness won't make you immune, but it gives you perspective. Flipping the frame, asking, "What's the same fact?" phrased the other way, reveals whether the decision stands on truth or spin. Recognizing the wrapping helps resist snap judgments, whether it's panic at a 10% risk or excitement at a 90% chance. The facts remain steady, but without questioning the frame, you risk buying into yogurt, policies, or promises that only look good because of the label. Intermittent reinforcement. Unpredictable rewards forge the stickiest habits. If rewards appeared every time we acted, behavior would be predictable and easy to abandon once the novelty faded. But scatter rewards unpredictably, and suddenly the behavior becomes sticky, hard to break. This is the power of intermittent reinforcement. Irregular rewards keep people hooked, far more than guaranteed ones. The brain acts like a hopeful gambler, convinced the next pull might be the jackpot. B.F. Skinner's mid-20th century pigeon experiments revealed this dynamic. Birds rewarded every time they pecked a lever quickly lost interest when food stopped. But pigeons fed on an unpredictable schedule, pecked compulsively, unable to stop. Swap pigeons for people, levers for phones, and food pellets for notifications, and the pattern looks uncomfortably familiar. Modern technology thrives on this. Social media drips likes, comments, and messages at random intervals, keeping users refreshing feeds for the next hit. Games exploit it with loot boxes, rare drops, and mystery rewards. Casinos perfected it long ago. Flashing lights, spinning wheels, unpredictable payouts. What hooks players isn't certainty. It's the possibility that the next round will be the one. The same pattern appears in daily life. Texting thrives on it. An unexpected reply or emoji keeps people checking obsessively. Parents fall into it too, giving in to children's demands inconsistently, which ironically strengthens the behavior. Even vending machines that occasionally drop 2 snacks instead of 1 create stories that keep people pressing buttons. The humor is that most people know this trick and still fall for it. Everyone understands slot machines are designed to drain wallets, yet the occasional payout keeps players believing. People check email every few minutes, irrationally, because every so often something exciting appears. Randomness fuels persistence. Certainty would kill it. That unpredictability is also what makes habits so hard to break. Quitting a routine with predictable rewards means simply missing out. Quitting an intermittent one leaves the nagging thought, what if the best reward was just about to come? Awareness offers the only real defense. Recognizing when you're chasing unpredictability rather than genuine enjoyment can loosen its grip. Intermittent reinforcement may be psychology's stickiest glue, but naming it helps. Sometimes the real jackpot isn't in the machine or the feed. It's in deciding to walk away. Goal gradient. The nearer the finish line looks, the harder we push. Something curious happens. As we near the end of a task, effort spikes, energy resurfaces, and the finish line suddenly feels magnetic. This is the goal gradient effect. The tendency to accelerate behavior as a target comes into view. The distance from the first step to the last may be equal, but the final stretch feels faster, sweeter, and worth the sprint. Researchers first noticed this in the 1930s with rats in mazes. The closer they came to food, the faster they ran. Early steps were sluggish, but proximity triggered urgency. Humans respond the same way, only with coffee punch cards and loyalty apps instead of pellets. 9 stamps out of 10 makes that last cup irresistible, not because the coffee tastes better, but because completion does. Marketers lean heavily on this bias. Coffee shops hand out cards with 12 slots, but pre-stamp 2, so the journey looks shorter. Airlines and online retailers frame rewards around thresholds. No one celebrates earning 1% of points, but everyone brags about being just a few away from free perks. Nearness becomes its own motivator. Digital platforms amplify the pull. Fitness apps flaunt streaks that beg to be continued, punishing missed days with a reset counter. Video games use progress bars and experience points to trick the brain into seeing progress as achievement. Even small milestones make players grind harder for rewards that may be trivial. The same pattern shows up in everyday life. A student coasts for months, then surges with motivation in the final week. Marathon runners, exhausted for miles, find hidden energy as the finish approaches. Even scrubbing the last dishes can feel oddly triumphant. Nothing changed about the task itself. The brain just recategorized it as almost done. Sometimes this effect borders on absurd. People binge mediocre shows just to finish the season, or slog through long books they no longer enjoy because they're already 80% through. Completion itself feels like the prize, even when the prize is only closure. Harnessed wisely, the goal gradient effect can be powerful, breaking large projects into milestones, creates mini finish lines that sustain momentum. Celebrating small wins makes the climb less daunting, but left unchecked, it can lure us into chasing meaningless completions, digital badges, streaks, or trophies with little value beyond the satisfaction of being done. The lesson is simple. Proximity reshapes effort. The final steps aren't easier, but they feel faster, and the pull of completion is hard to resist. Whether it's a rat in a maze, a runner on the last mile, or someone punch away from a free latte. Foot in the door. Agree to a tiny ask first. The big ask feels natural later. The easiest way to secure agreement on something big isn't to start with the big request. It's to begin small. This is the essence of the foot in the door technique. Get a minor yes first, then build toward a larger one. That small commitment shifts self-perception. I must be the kind of person who helps with this, making the bigger ask feel less like a leap and more like a natural continuation. Psychologists Jonathan Friedman and Scott Fraser demonstrated this in the 1960s. Homeowners were first asked to place a tiny support safe driving sign in their windows. Weeks later, the same group was asked to display a massive, unattractive billboard on their lawns. Those who had agreed to the small sign were far more likely to accept the billboard. The message hadn't changed. Only the pathway to compliance had. Modern life is full of these maneuvers. Charities start with petitions or surveys before asking for donations. Salespeople open with, "Could I have just a minute of your time?" A minute that stretches into a full pitch. Streaming services hand out free trials. Knowing the effort of signing up makes people more likely to stay subscribed. What looks like a small crack in the door soon becomes an open invitation. Social life works the same way. A friend asks to borrow a pen, then later asks for help moving furniture. On dating apps, a simple icebreaker leads to deeper requests, like meeting in person. The strategy doesn't feel manipulative because it's gradual, as though one step naturally leads to the next. Often, people notice the pattern only in hindsight. Someone agrees to watch a pet for a weekend, then somehow ends up watering plants, collecting mail, and driving to the airport. Each yes felt consistent with the last, until the small favor snowballed into much more. That's the foot firmly wedged in the doorway. But the technique isn't inherently manipulative. It can be constructive. Habits, goals, and skills often grow from small commitments. A person who wants to run might begin with putting on sneakers, then walking a block, then jogging miles. Teachers and coaches use this principle to build progress step by step, turning daunting leaps into manageable climbs. The lesson is that compliance grows gradually, like vines. Awareness doesn't erase the effect, but it allows a pause before the bigger ask arrives. The moment you think, "Wait, I only agreed to a pen, not a pickup truck," is the moment you reclaim choice. Small yeses can be powerful tools or clever traps, depending on who's holding the door. Door in the face. Start huge. Get refused. Then concede to your real request. Sometimes the quickest path to a yes is to start with an outrageous no. The door in the face technique works by making an unreasonable first request so extreme that rejection is certain, before retreating to a smaller, more reasonable ask. That second request, framed against the giant one, feels like compromise rather than imposition. The brain interprets the shift as generosity and reciprocity, softening resistance. Psychologist Robert Cialdini tested this in the 1970s. Students were first asked to volunteer 2 years mentoring juvenile delinquents, an absurd demand that almost everyone refused. But when the request was scaled back to a single day chaperoning a zoo trip, compliance soared compared to a group who only heard the smaller request. The initial no made the second ask feel like meeting halfway. Marketers and fundraisers use this constantly. A charity might open with a $500 donation request, only to settle for $50. Car dealerships do it too. presenting an overpriced model first, then making a basic version feel like a bargain by comparison. The smaller ask is always the real target, but without the inflated anchor, it wouldn't seem nearly as reasonable. Everyday life is full of subtler versions. A teenager asks for a week-long trip with friends, expecting refusal before bargaining down to a weekend getaway. The goal all along. Friends slip it in too. Help me move my whole house. Followed by, okay, just the couch then. What once felt like a big favor now feels light. The second ask succeeds because it's framed as a concession. The danger lies in how natural this feels. People don't want to seem rigid, so when the other side backs down, they feel compelled to reciprocate. But recognizing the tactic helps. If the first request is clearly inflated, the second may not be as modest as it seems. A smaller ask doesn't automatically deserve a yes just because it looks tame by comparison. At its core, door in the face works because humans are wired for fairness. When someone retreats, we want to reward the flexibility. Used honestly, it can smooth negotiations and foster compromise. Used manipulatively, it tricks people into agreements they'd otherwise refuse. The key is spotting when that big first ask is less about genuine desire and more about staging the reasonable request that follows. Low ball, lock agreement early, reveal extra costs after commitment. The low ball technique is persuasion disguised as a bargain. The setup is simple. Secure agreement with an attractive offer, then reveal the hidden costs once commitment is made. By the time the extra terms appear, people are already invested, and walking away feels harder than accepting the surprise. The trick isn't in the deal itself. It's in the psychological glue formed by the initial yes. Car dealerships are masters of this move. A salesperson agrees to a great price, maybe even starts paperwork, only to return with unavoidable fees, a downgraded trade-in value, or a warranty slipped into the contract. By then, the buyer has pictured themselves behind the wheel. Backing out feels like losing time, energy, and even the identity of a soon-to-be car owner. Psychologists have shown the effect outside sales too. In one study, students were asked to participate in an experiment. Most agreed, only to learn afterward that it started at 7 a.m. Despite the inconvenience, the majority followed through because the initial yes had already been given. Commitment outweighed comfort. Modern marketing leans heavily on low-balling. Subscription services dangle first month for $1, only to slide users into full-priced plans later. Airlines lure customers with cheap base fares, then stack baggage fees, seat charges, and optional add-ons until the total swells. The same logic appears in everyday life. A friend asks, "Can you help Saturday?" And only after you agree, do you learn it means hauling boxes up 3 flights of stairs. The first yes creates a trap that makes refusal awkward. The humor is in how familiar it feels. Anyone who has tried to cancel a free trial or flown a budget airline knows the sting of realizing the deal shifted midway. The frustration isn't just the money, it's the sense of being locked in by your own earlier agreement. At its core, the low ball works because people crave consistency. Once committed, they don't want to admit they were wrong, so they rationalize the new terms as acceptable. The first yes becomes sticky, but awareness helps. Recognizing when conditions change gives you permission to reassess. Saying no isn't inconsistency, it's clarity. Walking away keeps both your wallet and your dignity intact. That's not all. Stack bonuses before refusal to create deal momentum. The "that's not all" technique works like a psychological infomercial. Just when you think the pitch is finished, more perks are added before you can say no. Instead of waiting for rejection, the persuader sweetens the deal preemptively, making it feel like refusing means walking away from multiple offers at once. The effect isn't about generosity, it's about momentum. Each new addition makes the package feel more urgent, more valuable, and harder to resist. Classic experiments showed its power with something as simple as cupcakes. In one version, sellers offered cupcakes for 75 cents. In another, they started at $1, but quickly added, "That's not all. Today it's 75 cents. A third framed the same price, with 2 bonus cookies. The result? Sales jumped. The extras didn't change the math, but they changed perception, transforming a plain offer into a bargain. Infomercials of the 1990s turned this into performance art. But wait, that's not all. Became a cultural slogan, shouted between demonstrations of knives that cut through steel and tomatoes alike. Just as viewers considered flipping the channel, the host stacked on another free bonus, a second set of knives, a storage case, a lifetime guarantee. The pitch wasn't about the knife. It was about the avalanche of value. Modern marketing uses the same play with slicker packaging. Online stores add free shipping or bonus points for immediate purchase. Subscriptions extend free trials or throw in premium upgrades. Apps promise 3 bonus features plus no ads if you download now. The psychology is the same. Frame the core offer as a bundle too good to pass up. The technique even shows up in personal life. A friend asking for moving help might add, "I'll buy you lunch, and you can keep that spare lamp I don't need." Teachers soften assignments by adding concessions like extra days or freedom to choose a topic. The main request hasn't changed, but the extras grease acceptance. Humor lies in how transparent the tactic can be, and how often it still works. People rolled their eyes at infomercial scripts, yet stayed glued to the screen at 2 a.m. Even when a friend piles on too many sweeteners, "I'll drive, pay for gas, bring snacks, even make the playlist." It's obvious they're overselling, and yet the oversell often succeeds. Psychology runs on reciprocity. When someone keeps offering before you've refused, turning them down feels stingy, as though you're rejecting kindness rather than a sales pitch. That's why the tactic is so effective. It disguises persuasion as generosity. The defense is awareness. When faced with a stacked offer, ask, "Would I still want this without the extras?" If the answer is no, then the bundle is just padding. The "that's not all" technique dazzles in the moment, but clarity comes from stripping the add-ons away, because sometimes all that's being sold is the same old cupcake with shinier wrapping. Public pledge. Saying it out loud boosts follow-through and adherence. There's a peculiar weight to words once they're spoken aloud. A private promise can be shrugged off, but a public pledge carries an invisible audience. The goal doesn't change, yet declaring it turns it into part of one's reputation. This is the power of public pledges. Intentions voiced in front of others are far more likely to be honored, not because the task is easier, but because backing out threatens identity and face. Psychologists have long noted that people crave consistency between words and actions, especially when others are watching. Tell your friends you're training for a marathon, and even on mornings you'd rather sleep in. The thought of explaining failure drags you into your running shoes. The treadmill hasn't softened, but the imagined embarrassment of quitting becomes a motivator. Politics relies on this principle. Campaigns ask supporters not just to vote, but to display signs, stickers, or public declarations online. Research shows those who make such pledges are more likely to follow through. A private intention is fragile. A public one cements behavior by tying it to identity. I am the kind of person who does this. Everyday life is full of quieter versions. Students who say aloud they'll finish an assignment early tend to deliver. Friends who promise to arrive at 7 hustle harder to be on time. Couples making wedding vows in front of family and friends embed their promises into community, making them harder to abandon without social cost. Businesses use the same psychology. Fitness apps encourage users to share progress publicly, turning goals into social commitments. Crowdfunding platforms display names and donation amounts, making it awkward to back out. Visibility transforms pledges into social contracts. Of course, public promises can backfire. Someone swears on New Year's Eve they'll quit sugar, only to hide in the pantry with a donut. Weeks later, a coworker who boldly claims they'll crush a presentation may end up glued to cue cards. Public pledges don't guarantee success, but they guarantee pressure. The mechanism isn't about morality, it's about identity. Public commitments convert abstract goals into self-statements. I'm reliable. I keep my word. Breaking them doesn't just betray the task, it dents the self-image. That social mirror makes the effect sticky. Harnessed deliberately, public pledges can be powerful motivators. Sharing goals or posting updates increases accountability. But making promises too casually can create obligations made for appearances rather than genuine intent. The trick is choosing when to speak and when silence is stronger, because once spoken, even a casual "I'll be there" echoes louder than expected. Labeling. You're the kind who helps, nudges people to match the label. Sometimes the fastest way to change someone's behavior isn't through rules, bribes, or lectures. It's by giving them a label and letting them live up to it. Once an identity is attached, even casually, people feel pressure to act consistently with it. Call someone a helpful person, and the next time a favor is asked, they're more likely to agree. The label becomes a subtle badge, and no one wants to contradict their own badge. Psychology experiments illustrate this vividly. In one study, researchers told adults they were likely to vote because they seemed like responsible citizens. Turnout among this group rose significantly compared to those who weren't given the label. The compliment didn't change core values. It simply nudged people to see themselves differently, and behavior followed. Marketers use the same trick. A charity might say, "Our donors are generous people like you," planting the idea of generosity as part of the person's identity. Loyalty programs call customers valued members, making continued purchases feel like role fulfillment. Even lines like "You're the kind of smart shopper who knows a deal" slip flattering labels onto buyers, encouraging them to act accordingly. In daily life, labeling happens almost without thought. Teachers who call students bright may find them working harder to prove it. Students labeled troublemakers often live down to that title. Parents who describe children as helpful or creative often see more helping and creativity, not because the label transforms them instantly, but because kids want to match the identity. The danger, of course, is when negative labels do the same, turning lazy or clumsy into self-fulfilling prophecies. Humor sneaks in when labels snowball into obligations. The coworker praised as the snack person, after bringing cookies once, is suddenly expected to provide treats at every office party. The friend labeled the planner somehow ends up organizing every trip. Flattery becomes responsibility, but consistency makes people lean into it, even while grumbling. What makes labeling powerful is its tie to self-concept. Humans don't just act on impulse, they act to preserve the stories they tell about themselves. Once someone believes they're kind, responsible, or loyal, their choices bend to fit that narrative. Even when the label comes from outside, the pressure to align feels internal and real. Awareness makes labeling a tool rather than a trap. Choosing positive labels, both for others and for ourselves, can spark growth. Calling a friend dependable may encourage reliability. Calling yourself a runner can make lacing up shoes easier. But recognizing manipulative labels matters too. If a salesperson insists, "You're the type who invests in quality," it's worth asking whether that's affirmation or a leash. In the end, labeling is less about accuracy than influence. It plants seeds of identity that people water with action. Nobody is defined by a single phrase, but words echo, and often all it takes to turn a fleeting behavior into a steady pattern is hearing, "That's just the kind of person you are." Disrupt and reframe. Brief confusion, followed by a simple bargain frame. Sometimes the quickest path to persuasion isn't direct. It's through a small jolt of confusion, followed by a clear, comforting explanation. This is the essence of the disrupt and reframe technique. First, break someone's autopilot with something odd or unexpected, then reframe the request in simple, positive terms. The disruption grabs attention. The reframing steers it toward agreement. Psychologists demonstrated this with fundraising pitches. Instead of saying, "We're selling greeting cards for $3, they tried, "We're selling them for 300 pennies. That's $3. It's a bargain." The strange phrasing forced people to pause, just long enough for the bargain frame to land. Sales jumped. Compared to the straightforward version, nothing changed about the offer, only how it was delivered. Marketers use the same strategy. Ads play with odd phrasing. Buy one, get 2 halves free, or pay what you want, even a penny, before reframing the deal as generous or clever. Even playful packaging, like "zero cows harmed in making this oat milk," disrupts expectations, then reframes the product as ethical and witty. The oddness catches attention. The reframe seals the impression. Everyday conversations hold smaller versions. A friend might say, "Lend me 5,000 seconds of your time." "Oh, that's just a couple of hours." Parents do it too. "This chore will take less time than one scroll through TikTok." The disruption resets the frame, making the request feel lighter. Humor often amplifies the effect. Imagine someone at a bake sale shouting, "Cupcakes for the low, low price of 37 nickels. The crowd laughs, then nods when it's reframed as just under $2. In meetings, a coworker might break tension by joking, "Let's schedule this for 2075, before proposing a reasonable deadline that suddenly feels easy to accept. The absurdity clears mental space, and the reframe fills it. The psychology works in 2 steps. First, disruption interrupts automatic resistance. People can't reflexively decline because they're momentarily puzzled. Then reframing supplies a quick positive lens that guides them to yes. It's persuasion by derailment and redirection. Catch the mind off guard, then hand it a ready-made conclusion. Awareness is the safeguard. Not every odd phrasing deserves compliance. Asking, "Would I still agree if this were explained plainly?" strips away the trick. If the answer is no, the disruption was just smoke and mirrors. The disrupt then reframe effect thrives because humans run much of life on autopilot. A small surprise breaks the script, and the reframe nudges decisions in a new direction. Used responsibly, it makes communication more engaging, even fun. Used manipulatively, it sneaks past defenses. Either way, it shows how a moment of confusion, quickly resolved, can be one of persuasion's sharpest tools. Even a penny helps. Shrinking the ask lowers resistance, increases yeses. When asked for money or effort, individuals often calculate the cost first. Mental calculation can weigh generosity. If the request is so little, it seems silly. Even a penny helps. The barriers to answering yes diminish drastically. The paradox is that lowering the minimum increases compliance and overall contributions considerably beyond the modest floor. It works because the mind says, "I can't refuse that." David Penn and Robert Cialdini performed fundraising efforts to test this. The statement, "Even a penny will help," increased donation rates compared to the normal pitch. The language made the request less daunting, yet few gave a dime. People who might have declined instead donated, often more than the minimum. The strategy is excellent at lowering the psychological barrier to admission, not securing pennies. This strategy is used by charities. Online donation buttons occasionally offer "Give $1 today" alongside bigger sums. The lowest alternative is rarely chosen, but its presence lowers opposition, making $10 or $20 seem fair. Public radio pledge drives emphasize every little bit counts, making contributing easy. After crossing a small threshold, the audience no longer feels obligated and frequently becomes generous. Subscription services and marketers adopt the idea. A streaming platform may offer, "Join for just $1 your first month," suggesting easy entrance. The corporation doesn't anticipate to earn from that dollar. It expects customers to stay and pay full price later. The small initial request seems insignificant, but the long-term payoff is not. Personal, even a penny scam occurs when people soften favors. A coworker may ask, Could you help me for just a minute, knowing it will take longer? A friend may say, it's just a small favor, to avoid the reflexive no. Wording disarms, and once the yes escapes, scope typically widens. The initial phrasing made people feel like helpful people, therefore they rarely complain. Too much transparency makes this technique funny. Imagine someone asking, could you lend me even just a drop of gas for my car? Before implying they require a full tank. Some fundraisers joke, even a nickel helps. Though if you have a credit card handy, we won't complain. Everyone knows the rhetorical dance. But the impossibly little ask softens the route to a realistic gift. Persuasion includes laughter. This psychology involves self-image. Denying a little request feels harsh. Denying a huge one is sensible. Nobody wants to turn down a dime. Once compliance is achieved, identity takes over. I give. After taking that role, people often give more than they expected to stay consistent. Awareness doesn't erase the effect, but it provides context. If a request is made in microscopic terms, ask yourself, what am I agreeing to? If the contribution feels wonderful, regardless of size, the decreased barrier is kind. If not, the penny pitch is a clever hook. Either way, the strategy shows how generosity often comes from how the ask is presented, not wallet size. Pique technique. Oddly specific asks 17 cents. Jolt attention. Conversation is automatic for most individuals. A request like, can you spare some change? Or, do you have a minute? Is typically ignored. The brain ignores normal noise and doesn't process it. Add an unexpected twist. Can you spare 37 cents? Or could I borrow exactly 4.5 minutes of your time? An autopilot shuts off. The strange specificity intrigues, disrupting routine and increasing compliance rates. The peak strategy works by making the ask seem uncommon, which draws attention. Researchers tried this with panhandlers, begging for change. People often refused their requests for 25 or 50 cents. Compliance increased when they requested 17 cents, which was unusual. The unusual number disrupted regular life, making people wonder why that exact amount. Being curious increases the likelihood of saying yes. The request felt unique, not scripted. Marketers and fundraisers regularly apply this. Instead of a $10 donation, campaigns may request $9.47 to cover one child's school supplies. The curiously accurate amount gives the attraction a real-world cost connection. During holiday sales, online merchants may charge $11.11, only to attract attention. Email subject lines like 5.5 tips to boost your productivity are more likely to be opened than 5 tips, because the half tip intrigues readers. Peak is used in social situations through playful inquiries. Some friends say, text me at exactly 11:11 for good luck, or can you grab me 19 napkins from the counter? The specificity makes the request a mini puzzle, odd enough to capture attention, innocuous enough to comply. Sometimes teachers say, write 301 words instead of about 300. A strange instruction makes the task more memorable and motivating. Since strange requests sound ludicrous, humor comes naturally. Could you lend me $3.86? Very important. The asker's precision is odd but hard to ignore. Imagine a street performer saying, please don't give me $1, give me 99 cents, because I love odd numbers. While laughing, people dig into their pockets. The peak's humor lessens resistance and maintains attention. The peak approach disrupts scripted relationships psychologically. Most rejections are automated. A strange request forces everyone to rethink the issue. Complying is the quickest approach to resolve the unusual tension once engaged. The request sticks out, therefore individuals generally accept to satisfy their curiosity. Awareness helps twice. First, observing the peculiarity helps people decide if the request is extraordinary or merely odd. Second, it can help pupils focus Buyers notice a product, or strangers pause in a hectic world. A little quirkiness makes things memorable. The peak approach shows how minor twists can have big effects. Specificity stands out in a sea of generic questions and pitches. An odd number, phrase, or angle doesn't just catch attention, it buys a few seconds of genuine focus, which is often enough to persuade a no. Default effect. Pre-selected options win, because switching feels costly. Humans like to think of themselves as selective decision makers, but most people accept what is given to them. The default effect is the tendency to persist with pre-selected options rather to switch mentally, even when better options available. Not sloth, but efficiency. The brain seeks the easiest path, but that choice can be influenced, and entire enterprises are created on it. Organ donation rates are a prominent example. Countries with 90% donor enrollment, unless residents opt out, have high participation. Countries that require active participation struggle to reach 20%. The difference is bureaucracy, not morality. People choose the pre-checked item to save lives or avoid steps. Default controls national policies without anyone speaking up. Tech and marketing businesses use this approach often. A streaming platform may pre-check auto-renew upon sign-up, assuming most customers won't uncheck it. Because few people navigate menus to adjust, software upgrades install recommended settings by default. Even fast food menus default to fries and soda, so asking for apple slices feels extra. Burger and fries stay. Default wins. Psychologists say defaults work through inertia and tacit endorsement. It's easier to accept the current decision than to actively choose another, so inertia prevents change. Why would the default be the best or recommended option if not implied? Even independent people find defaults sticky due to these influences. Social life shows smaller, everyday examples. In collaborative initiatives, the first plan given usually wins unless someone strongly objections. Most people nod when a server offers. That comes with fries, rather than try alternatives. Because of defaults, people keep old customs, rituals, and communication styles in relationships. Breaking defaults is hard and expensive. Humor appears here. Consider the person who has paid for a magazine subscription for 3 years since canceling, requires calling during business hours, or the friend who uses the preset ringtone on their phone because changing up settings feels like conquering Everest, or the coworker who puts 2 spaces after a period because that's the default I learned in typing class. Defaults stick, sometimes hilariously. Good can come from using the default effect. Health insurers that default to healthier options encourage better outcomes. Automatic enrollment retirement plans boost savings. Cafeterias that serve fruit as the side dish boost nutrition without denying fries to fries fans. Instead of eliminating choice, defaults set the most common path. Awareness is most important when defaults benefit others. Asking who benefits from this being the default can reveal whether the designer favored you or merely made it convenient. Because defaults can simplify life, but also trap people into unintended expenditures, habits, and obligations. Humans are momentum-driven, and defaults ingeniously harness that. Organ donation, phone settings, and Coke with a burger are often presented as normal, unless someone unchecks the box. Decoy effect. An inferior option makes the target choice look obvious. Picture yourself at a movie theater concession stand. A small popcorn costs $3, a big $7, and a strangely priced medium, $6.50. The huge suddenly seems cheap. No one would pay $6.50 for a medium, when a large tub costs 50 cents more, only to make the enormous feel irresistible. Does that meaningless medium exist? Decoy effect, or asymmetric dominance effect. The inferior choice, meant to be rejected, steers individuals toward the seller's preferred option. In controlled studies using pens and calculators at varied prices, psychologists discovered this. Participants chose more evenly when given two simple options. Add a third, inferior option, priced uncomfortably or delivering less value, and preferences swung dramatically toward the target choice. The decoy didn't compete, it accentuated the better option. Marketing loves this impact. Many subscription models use it. A news website may offer $59 digital, $125 print, and $125 digital and print plans. Why is the print-only plan the same price as the combo? Because nobody should choose it. It makes the mix seem like a no-brainer, driving purchasers toward the company's preferred option. Without the decoy, people may pause. With it, the choice seems clear. Fitness centers, restaurants, and electronic stores use the same method. A wine list may have an excessively expensive bottle at the top, making moderate selections seem cheap. A gym may offer a basic plan, an exorbitant middle plan, and a premium plan that seems worth it next to the middle. Even phone providers offer oddly priced plans to lure people into the profit zone. Decoys can appear in everyday social life. Imagine a double date when someone invites a buddy who is comparable in appearance or charm, but less polished, making their favorite friend look better. The principle is used cheekily, if not manipulatively. Having a weaker applicant in the pool makes job candidates look stronger without effort. Decoys highlight, not compete. How apparent the method is makes it funny. Even though everyone knows medium popcorn is a fraud, many buy the large because it's so cheap. When a website provides 3 plans, and one looks ridiculously expensive, users laugh while clicking the one they were pushed toward. The trick works even when we know it, like seeing a magician extract a rabbit from a hat while gasping. The psychology relies on relativity. Humans are good at comparing, but lousy at absolute evaluation. Decoys make targets look wiser and safer. The issue is relative dominance, not absolute value. If this alternative is clearly superior than that one, the brain concludes it is right. Awareness is the remedy, but it doesn't always work. Next time a menu, website, or store shelf offers 3 awkwardly formed options, ask, would this option still look beautiful without the awkward one? If no, the decoy worked. Recognizing it doesn't ruin the popcorn or subscription purchase, but it returns the decision to the rightful owner, not the decoy planter. Compromise effect. The middle option feels safest among extremes. When given 3 options, cheap and basic, expensive and deluxe, and in the middle, most people choose the middle, despite not being the ideal fit. It feels safe, balanced, and sensible. The compromise effect. Humans favor the middle ground as the reasonable choice to avoid stinginess and luxury. Marketers use this peculiarity often. A coffee shop may sell small, big, and a huge bucket. Most clients choose large because it's between modest and extravagant, not because it's perfect. Electronic stores also sell cheap, Ultra HD, and mid-range TVs. Shopping in the middle makes shoppers feel smart for avoiding extremes. Ironically, the center is typically designed to be the company's most profitable product, bookended by the other 2. Social life reflects this. Friends choosing supper may choose a mid-priced bistro above the cheap diner and the high-end steakhouse. Couples looking for furniture avoid bargain basement and luxury boutiques, preferring the middle ground. Politics sometimes favor compromise politicians because they are between perceived extremes, not because of their beliefs. Predictability of the middle choice adds humor. At a ridiculously enormous mega coffee size, and large feels modest. Comparing a $400 wine to a $60 bottle makes $60 seem restrained. People chuckle at themselves for falling for it, yet order the middle as the smart choice. The compromise effect works because individuals loathe regret. Middle feels like insurance against making the wrong extreme choice. However, awareness shows that middle isn't always better, just framed. Reference price illusion. High regular price flatters contemporary prices. Imagine a sweatshirt marked originally $199, now $79. Although $79 is expensive, The reduced original price makes it seem affordable. The reference price illusion occurs when the brain assigns value to the first number, even if it is inflated or arbitrary. The so-called discount looks generous compared to the high reference, fooling buyers into thinking they saved. Department stores thrive on this illusion. Nearly everything is on sale, and few pay original prices. Online shops display 70% off banners without explaining that the figure was fictitious. Customers leave satisfied, thinking they outsmarted the system, although they did not. Reference prices change perception and bodily sensation, according to psychology. Wine tastes better when declared costly. The lowered price feels like a prize, and the regular price becomes a quality standard. Even when shoppers anticipate deception, the illusion works because comparisons, not absolutes, determine value. Humor from daily life appears. People brag about saving $200 on a jacket, but forget they spent $150. They boast about a gadget deal, even though the original price was fabricated. The exhilaration of beating the inflated number overshadows the fair price. It helps to know the important concern is whether the present pricing makes sense on its own, not how much lower it is than the reference. Otherwise, the discount is a numerical illusion. Charm pricing. 0.99 endings, signal deal, and feel cheaper. Why do most prices finish in .99 instead of round numbers, even if the difference is a penny? $19.99 feels cheaper than $20. Charm pricing encourages people to focus on the leftmost digit, making the figure seem like the teens rather than the 20s. The brain processes the first digit more, thus $19.99 sounds like $19 rather than $20. Retailers like this subtle yet dramatic effect. A pair of $49.99 shoes feels mid-range, but $50 ones are a psychological leap. Even restaurants post $9.99 instead of $10 to suggest affordability, even if no one is saving. Online merchants compound the tactic by spreading attractive prices across every page until buyers see the deals. Charm pricing affects quality and cost perception. According to research, items ending in .99 are frequently considered cheap, while those ending in .00 or .50 are premium. The format's emotional cues matter more than the pence. People occasionally cling to illusions, which is funny. Shoppers happily say, "It was under 20, ignoring the $19.99 price. Parents may tell youngsters the toy was only $9 when it actually $9.99, using the same psychological distortion businesses do. Despite everyone knowing the joke, the deception continues. The brain is a storyteller, not a mathematician. Thus charm pricing works. That penny under a round number shows thrift and deal hunting, even if the savings barely cover pocket lint. Pausing to mentally round up and remembering that $19.99 is $20 is the best protection. Left digit bias, $3.99, reads as $3 something, not 4. It's a quirk so simple, it almost feels like a math error, yet it's baked into daily life. The brain pays disproportionate attention to the leftmost digit of a number. This is left digit bias. The reason $3.99 doesn't feel like $4, even though the difference is a lonely penny. The left digit frames the entire perception, making the number belong to a lower category in people's minds. To the brain, $3.99 isn't almost 4, it's 3 and change. Retailers have relied on this for decades. Grocery store shelves are stacked with $1.99 soups, $2.99 cereals, $9.99 frozen pizzas. Not because anyone believes they're saving a fortune, but because the leading digit tells the story. That penny less transforms a $10 item into a single-digit one. Clothing stores do the same. $49.99 feels dramatically cheaper than $50, though no one could honestly claim that the penny left over will change their budget. Research supports how deep this bias runs. Studies show that consumers consistently perceive $2.99 as closer to $2 than to $3. Neurological tests even suggest the brain processes these numbers categorically rather than linearly. Once the digit shifts from 2 to 3 or 3 to 4, it feels like a big jump, regardless of the tiny difference at the decimal's edge. That's why gas stations cling to prices like $4.89 circumflex 9, squeezing every drop out of the illusion. Drivers groan, yet the fraction of a cent display keeps tanks filling. The bias doesn't stop at shopping. Car odometers are another playground. A car with 79,999 miles feels under 80,000, but the instant it tips over, its value drops in people's minds, even though the difference is 1 mile. The same happens with birthdays. Turning 30 feels like a seismic shift from the 20s, even though the day before was just 29, plus 364 days. The left digit rewrites identity, not just price tags. Humor sneaks in when people knowingly play along. Parents insist the toy was only $9, when in reality, it was $9.99. Friends brag about grabbing lunch for under 10, even though tax and tip pushed it well past 12, and bargain hunters smile smugly at their $999 laptop. Never mind that it was essentially $1,000. The penny saved isn't buying anything else. It's buying the warm illusion of thrift. Marketers combine left-digit bias with other tricks for maximum effect. Pair it with charm pricing, and suddenly $19.99 looks like it belongs to the teens rather than the 20s. Layer in a decoy, and $49.99 looks modest next to $79.99. The first digit carries so much weight that the rest of the number might as well be whispering. Awareness doesn't erase the bias, but it helps sharpen perspective. When confronted with a $3.99 price tag, rounding up mentally restores honesty. It's $4, full stop. When staring at odometer readings or age milestones, remembering that 1 mile or 1 day doesn't fundamentally alter reality can soften the arbitrary drama. The left digit may shout the loudest, but it doesn't tell the whole story. At its core, left digit bias reveals just how categorical human thinking can be. People don't see numbers as seamless continuums. They see thresholds. Crossing from 2 to 3 or 3 to 4 feels like a leap, no matter how small the decimal gap. It's a tiny trick of perception, but one that fuels entire industries and empties wallets a penny at a time. Partitioned pricing. Splitting fees hides the painful total. When a price is broken into smaller chunks, rather than shown as one blunt figure, it feels less painful, even if the sum is exactly the same. This is partitioned pricing, the practice of slicing the cost into pieces so that each fragment looks manageable, while the total quietly swells in the background. Humans are more comfortable digesting multiple small bites than swallowing one big number whole, even though the meal is identical. E-commerce has turned partitioned pricing into an art form. An airline ticket might start at $199, a tempting figure until the add-ons start rolling in. $25 for a checked bag, $15 for a seat with legroom, $10 for priority boarding, maybe even $5 for water if you're flying on a budget carrier. By the time the traveler checks out, the ticket costs closer to $300, but because the price was revealed piece by piece, the shock is softened. Each little charge seems tolerable, and by the time the full tally emerges, the buyer is too invested to back out. Researchers have shown that this works because people tend to evaluate each partition separately, focusing more on the individual amounts than the sum. The shipping fee of $4.99 feels minor compared to the product price of $19.99, even though the final bill is essentially $25. If the seller had listed it as $25 up front, shoppers might balk. By splitting it, they minimize the sticker shock. Hotels do this with resort fees. The nightly rate looks affordable, but taxes and amenities quietly inflate the real price. Guests grumble at checkout, but by then the credit card is already swiped. Subscription services use partitioned pricing in subtler ways. A gym might advertise $1 a day instead of $365 a year. Streaming platforms boast just $7.99 a month, rather than admitting it's nearly $100 annually. Framing a cost in partitions disguises the bigger picture, tricking the brain into treating it as smaller than it is. Even installment plans thrive on this. Only $20 a month for a $1,200 sofa feels easier than admitting you're committing over $1,000. Everyday life mirrors the principle too. Friends planning a vacation often justify costs by breaking them down. It's only $50 a night if we split it, conveniently forgetting flights, food, and transport. Or a coworker might pitch an office fundraiser as just a few dollars from everyone, softening the reality that the total ask is much larger. Partition pricing works because it reframes the narrative. Instead of one big painful number, it's a series of small, seemingly harmless ones. Humor creeps in with how absurd this can look. Gas stations proudly advertise fuel at $3.99 and 9/10 of a cent per gallon, as if the tiny fractional partition changes anything. Or consider the restaurant bill, where the entree seems reasonable until sides, drinks, dessert, and service fees balloon the total. Diners joke about having spent only $12 on the main course, while the final charge looks more like $40. Everyone knows they've been partitioned, but the laugh comes only after the wallet is lighter. Awareness is the best shield. Asking, "What's the total cost?" all in, forces the brain to zoom out from the partitions to the sum. Once the total is clear, it's easier to decide whether the purchase is truly worth it. Partitioned pricing isn't inherently malicious. Sometimes it genuinely helps people budget or understand components of a service. But when used as camouflage, it nudges people into commitments they might resist if the full cost were revealed up front. In the end, partitioned pricing works because humans prefer comfort over confrontation. Small slices are easier to swallow than a whole pie, even if it means eating more pie than intended. Drip pricing. Reveal costs gradually as commitment grows. Few things test human patience, like watching a price creep upward, bit by bit, until it barely resembles the number you started with. That's drip pricing in action. The strategy of revealing costs slowly, in stages, after the buyer has already invested time and attention. Instead of confronting the full total up front, companies feed out extra charges like breadcrumbs, ensuring people follow the trail deeper into commitment before realizing how much they're really paying. Airline tickets are the poster child. A flight that looks like a steal at $99 soon sprouts hidden charges, luggage fees, seat selection fees, boarding fees, maybe even a convenience fee for paying online, as though anyone buys tickets at the counter anymore. Each step in the booking process drips another charge onto the total, and by the time the traveler reaches checkout, the bargain fare has doubled. Yet most buyers complete the purchase anyway, having already sunk time into choosing dates and entering details. Backing out feels like too much work. Hotels use the same tactic with resort fees, which magically appear after the room has been selected. A guest books a $150 room, only to discover at checkout that Wi-Fi, pool access, and towel service are bundled into a mysterious $35 daily surcharge. Car rental companies drip on insurance and fuel fees, while concert ticket platforms add processing fees only at the very last click. Each individual add-on seems tolerable, but the total builds quietly, like a faucet that never stops leaking. The psychology behind drip pricing is partly inertia and partly the sunk cost effect. Once people have invested effort in a purchase, they're reluctant to abandon it, even if the costs swell beyond expectation. Companies know this and strategically delay the pain points. The gradual reveal dulls resistance, making the full price easier to swallow than if it had been presented in one painful gulp. Humor slips in because everyone recognizes the absurdity. Shoppers joke about booking a cheap flight and then paying extra to breathe air in the cabin. Or they laugh at concert tickets advertised for $50 that end up costing $82.75 after mystery fees, wondering if the extra $32 is going toward a velvet seat cushion. People grumble, but they still buy, proving that the drip doesn't just annoy, it works. Online platforms and subscription services love the tactic too. A streaming service might lure customers with a base plan that seems affordable, then drip on charges for HD quality, extra screens, or ad-free viewing. A gym might advertise a low monthly fee, then tack on annual maintenance charges once members are locked in. Even delivery apps use it, layering on service fees, small order fees, delivery fees, and optional tips that hardly feel optional once the order is assembled. Drip pricing isn't always sinister. Sometimes it reflects genuine modular pricing. Customers might appreciate seeing the breakdown, choosing only what they want. The problem comes when essential services, like oxygen on a plane, practically are disguised as add-ons, making the headline price more illusion than reality. Regulators in some countries have started cracking down, demanding all-in pricing to stop the drip. Awareness is the best counter. Shoppers who remind themselves to calculate the full total before committing can resist the pull. Asking, "What will this really cost me at checkout?" is the equivalent of turning off the leaky faucet before the drip floods the kitchen. In the end, drip pricing thrives because people prefer optimism at the start of a purchase. The low entry number hooks them, and by the time the extras appear, they're too invested to walk away. It's not just pricing, it's psychology, cleverly weaponized one fee at a time. Urgency cues, countdowns, and only 2 left amplify fear of missing out. Humans are not particularly graceful when the clock starts ticking. Add a flashing timer, a dwindling inventory message, or the phrase "last chance," and suddenly rational thought packs its bags and flees. This is the psychology of urgency cues, signals designed to make people feel time or supply is about to run out, pushing them to act now rather than later. It's persuasion by panic, a way to swap careful consideration for impulsive grabbing. E-commerce sites have perfected this tactic. Picture browsing for shoes online and seeing the dreaded red text, "Only 2 left in your size." Even if you weren't sure about the shoes, suddenly your cursor hovers over "add to cart." Scarcity already makes things desirable, but tie it to a ticking clock, and desire becomes urgency. Limited time flash sales, countdown banners, and deal of the day pop-ups are all crafted to make hesitation feel like loss. Whether the countdown resets tomorrow is irrelevant. The clock feels real in the moment. Travel sites are masters of this theater. Hotel booking platforms warn, 5 people are looking at this room right now, or only 1 room left at this price. Airlines sprinkle in similar nudges. Prices are rising. Book in the next 10 minutes. The accuracy of these statements is often debatable, but the effect is consistent. The message is not "this is a good deal." It's "if you don't act now, someone else will snatch it away." The fear of missing out hijacks logic, turning browsers into buyers. Psychological studies explain why urgency works so well. Loss aversion makes people more sensitive to missing opportunities than to gaining them. Combine that with the goal gradient effect. Effort increases near the finish line, and urgency cues create a perception that the finish line is vanishing. The brain interprets delay as danger, pushing people to secure the prize immediately. It's the same reason clearance bins in stores attract hands like magnets. Nobody wants to be the one who waited too long. Social life offers its own urgency cues. Friends inviting you to an event might casually say, "Spots are filling up fast," whether or not they are. A date who says, "This weekend's my only free time," suddenly makes themselves seem more valuable. Even parents use urgency, instinctively. Last chance before bedtime is less about the clock and more about making action feel urgent. These cues shrink hesitation windows, nudging decisions toward yes. Humor appears in how transparent the cues can be while still working. Shoppers laugh when they see an online timer reset the next day, yet they still rush to click buy when it's counting down. Or consider the furniture store perpetually advertising its final days sale. For the past decade, everyone knows the final days never end. But the urgency banner still makes wallets twitch. People joke about it, then walk out with a new sofa. The truth is that urgency works not because people believe the message fully, but because it feels safer to act than to risk regret. Better to grab the shoes, the ticket, or the gadget now than spend the evening replaying the words, "Only one left." Even when they suspect the manipulation, the discomfort of inaction is worse than the pain of a possibly impulsive purchase. Awareness can slow the rush. Pausing to ask, if this were available tomorrow, would I still want it? Helps separate genuine desire from panic-fueled compliance. Real urgency does exist. Sometimes seats, rooms, or opportunities truly are limited. But when urgency is just theater, the pause restores control. Because while countdown timers tick loudly, time rarely runs out as quickly as the bright red font insists. Opt-out framing. You're in. By default, participation jumps. One of the simplest ways to boost participation in almost anything is to flip the starting point. Instead of asking people to actively opt in, you quietly enroll them and give them the option to opt out. This is opt-out framing, a technique that leverages inertia, laziness, and the social weight of defaults to keep people inside the system. The difference sounds small, one checkbox versus another, but in practice, it transforms behavior at massive scales. Organ donation policies are the classic illustration. In countries where citizens must sign up to be donors, participation lingers in the low percentages. But in countries where everyone is automatically a donor, unless they opt out, participation soars to 90% or higher. People aren't suddenly more altruistic in those places. They're just more likely to accept the default. The opt-out framing makes saying no feel like extra effort, so most people stick with yes without thinking much about it. Marketers and subscription services love this framing. A free trial that automatically renews, unless canceled, is just opt-out framing in disguise. The company doesn't rely on enthusiasm for the product alone. It relies on people forgetting or not bothering to opt out. Even email lists take advantage. Sign up for a purchase, and suddenly you're subscribed to updates. Unless you hunt for the tiny opt-out box, buried under layers of text. Participation jumps not because customers eagerly signed up, but because they didn't take the extra step to get out. Workplaces apply it in subtler ways. A company might announce, "Everyone is enrolled in the wellness program. We'll notify you if you'd like to decline." Suddenly, what might have drawn lukewarm interest becomes the norm, because declining takes initiative. Schools do it with permission slips, sending a note that says, "Your child will participate unless you let us know otherwise." Even group activities lean on this framing. A friend organizing a dinner might say, "I've booked for all of us. Tell me if you can't make it." Silence becomes acceptance, and attendance spikes. The psychology driving opt-out framing is the combination of status quo bias and loss aversion. People tend to stick with whatever is already true, and opting out feels like giving something up. If the default says you're a member, unsubscribing feels like a loss, even if you never wanted to join. It's easier to do nothing than to actively withdraw. Humor finds its way here too. Everyone has a story about signing up for a free trial of some obscure channel, say World's Best Lawn Care Network, only to realize months later they've been billed all along, or discovering they're still members of a club they forgot existed. Even gym memberships work this way. It's easier to keep paying than to endure the awkwardness of canceling in person. People laugh at the absurdity, but the money keeps dripping out of their accounts. Opt-out framing isn't inherently shady. Sometimes it's used to promote beneficial behaviors. Automatic retirement savings plans, for example, help people build wealth who otherwise might procrastinate forever. Auto-enrolling workers makes participation the default, nudging them toward long-term gains. The trick is whether the default serves the individual or just the institution. Awareness, as always, puts the power back in the chooser's hands. Pausing to ask, am I really choosing this or just failing to unchoose it, helps separate genuine participation from passive acceptance. Opt-out framing proves that sometimes the most powerful persuasion tactic isn't a flashy pitch or an emotional plea. It's the quiet rearranging of the default. Status quo bias. Sticking with the current state feels safer than change. When faced with choices, people often cling to whatever they already have, even when better alternatives are available. This stickiness is called status quo bias, and it reveals a deep preference for the familiar. Change, no matter how logical or beneficial, introduces uncertainty. The present situation, however flawed, feels like safer ground. It's not always about rational cost, benefit. It's about comfort, predictability, and the brain's natural tendency to treat the known as less risky than the unknown. Researchers have demonstrated this effect in countless contexts. In classic experiments, participants given a mug were less likely to trade it for an equally valued pen than participants who started with the pen. The object itself wasn't special, but once it became the current state, people clung to it. Similarly, in investment studies, participants overwhelmingly stuck with default funds rather than switching to potentially more profitable ones. The act of changing felt heavier than staying put, even when logic said otherwise. In everyday life, status quo bias is everywhere. Employees stay in unsatisfying jobs longer than they'd like because the routine feels safer than risking a leap into something new. Couples stay in stagnant relationships because leaving disrupts the familiar rhythm, even if happiness lies elsewhere. Consumers keep outdated phone plans or insurance packages simply because switching requires effort and risk. The present may not be ideal, but at least it's known territory. Marketers and companies exploit this tendency. That's why so many services auto-renew. People let subscriptions roll on, not because they truly want them, but because canceling requires action and change feels uncomfortable. Banks and utility companies know that customers rarely switch providers, even when competitors offer better deals. The inertia of the status quo protects businesses more effectively than loyalty ever could. Social and political systems also reflect this bias. Policies, once established, become difficult to reverse, even if they're inefficient. Voters often resist reforms because the existing system, however flawed, feels less risky than alternatives. This bias explains why institutions move slowly. Change requires overcoming not only logical objections, but also psychological resistance to leaving the familiar behind. Humor creeps in when people defend the status quo for absurd reasons. Think of relatives who refuse to replace a decades-old sofa because it's fine the way it is, even though the springs squeak like a haunted house. Or coworkers who insist on using outdated software because that's how we've always done it. The comfort of familiarity turns quirks into sacred traditions, even when everyone secretly knows better. The psychology behind status quo bias is linked to loss aversion. Change often highlights what might be lost more than what might be gained. Switching jobs risks losing steady pay. Switching phone carriers risks losing coverage. Gains may be real, but they're abstract, while potential losses feel concrete and painful. The mind exaggerates the danger of moving away from the current state, keeping people anchored in place. Awareness helps, but it's not easy to fight. Overcoming status quo bias requires deliberately evaluating options as if starting fresh. Instead of asking, "Should I switch?" the better question is, "If I had to choose today, which option would I pick?" This reframing strips away inertia and makes the decision about actual preference rather than habit. In the end, status quo bias isn't always harmful. It can save energy by avoiding constant reevaluation, but unchecked, it keeps people tied to choices long past their usefulness. Recognizing when the way things are is just a cushion for fear can be the first step toward a healthier, smarter change. Because sometimes, the only thing keeping the old sofa in the living room is the simple fact that it was already there. Illusory truth. Repetition alone makes claims feel truer. Say something once, and people might shrug. Say it again, and they nod politely. Say it a dozen times, and eventually, it starts sounding like fact, whether or not there's a shred of evidence behind it. This is the illusory truth effect, the tendency for repeated statements to feel more believable simply because they're familiar. Truth, in this case, is less about accuracy and more about echo. Psychologists first documented this in the 1970s. Participants were asked to rate the truthfulness of a series of statements. Some were true, others false, and some repeated multiple times across different sessions. The results were clear. The repeated statements, even the false ones, were judged as more likely to be true. The brain wasn't carefully weighing evidence. It was leaning on fluency. Familiar information feels easier to process, and that ease gets mistaken for truth. The effect helps explain why advertising jingles and slogans burrow so deeply into memory. Melts in your mouth, not in your hand, or have it your way, aren't powerful because they're profound. They're powerful because they're repeated until the words sound synonymous with the product. Politicians use the same principle, hammering talking points over and over. The repetition isn't just for emphasis. It's to turn statements into a kind of background truth, absorbed through sheer familiarity. Social media has amplified illusory truth to dizzying levels. A meme or headline repeated across feeds gains traction, regardless of its accuracy. Even when corrections appear, the repetition of the false claim lingers. People recall the message more easily than the rebuttal, and the familiarity bias makes it feel true. This is why misinformation spreads so effectively online. Speed and volume of repetition matter more than evidence. Everyday life offers smaller examples. Someone who insists repeatedly, "I'm terrible with directions," eventually convinces both themselves and their friends, even if it started as a half joke. A coworker who constantly repeats, "This project is impossible," plants doubt in the group, even if the task is entirely doable. Repetition shapes not just beliefs about the outside world, but self-concepts and group dynamics. Humor sneaks in with how absurd this can get. Parents warn their kids, "If you keep making that face, it'll stick that way." And after hearing it 100 times, the kids start to half believe it. Or friends repeat an inside joke so often that it morphs into fact within their group, even though it's nonsense to outsiders. The sheer act of hearing something enough times transforms silliness into pseudo-truth. The psychological mechanism is about processing fluency. Familiar information requires less cognitive effort, so the brain interprets that ease as a sign of accuracy. The content itself doesn't change, but the repeated exposure lubricates acceptance. It's a shortcut that usually works well. After all, repeated facts are often true, but it leaves people open to manipulation when falsehoods are repeated with confidence. Awareness is the best counter. When something feels true simply because it's familiar, it's worth pausing to ask, "Do I believe this because it's accurate, or because I've heard it a dozen times?" Cross-checking with evidence can cut through the echo. Otherwise, the danger is mistaking repetition for reality, letting volume drown out validity. At its heart, the illusory truth effect reveals that human minds aren't strict lie detectors. They're more like echo chambers, equating familiarity with truth. And in a noisy world where slogans, headlines, and memes repeat endlessly, remembering that "I've heard this before" isn't the same as "it's true" can make all the difference. Mere exposure. Repeated contact breeds liking and trust. Sometimes, simply seeing something again and again is enough to make it feel familiar, comfortable, even likable. This is the mere exposure effect, the psychological phenomenon where repeated contact with a stimulus increases positive feelings toward it. Whether it's a song, a face, a logo, or even a shape, The object doesn't have to be objectively good. It just has to keep showing up until the brain starts nodding along, muttering, "Yeah, I kind of like this now." Psychologist Robert Zajonc famously demonstrated this. In the 1960s, with nonsense words in random shapes, participants who were exposed to them repeatedly rated them more positively than those they saw only once. The more often the items appeared, the more likable they became. No new information was added. The familiarity itself created comfort. The human brain is wired to equate known with safe, which in evolutionary terms makes sense. If a plant or an animal kept appearing without causing harm, it was probably safe to approach. Marketers thrive on this principle. Brand logos plastered on billboards, repeated ad jingles on the radio, or commercials that seem to air every 5 minutes aren't just about information, they're about exposure. A consumer doesn't have to engage deeply with the message. Just seeing the brand, often enough, plants it in memory and makes it feel trustworthy. That's why companies spend billions on advertising that seems repetitive to the point of irritation. Familiarity isn't about excitement. It's about building comfort through persistence. Music and pop culture ride the same wave. A song heard once might sound bland, but after repeated radio play, it worms its way into memory and suddenly feels catchy. Movies or shows gain affection simply by becoming part of the background chatter. The mere exposure effect explains why people sometimes end up liking celebrities or influencers they initially found irritating. The repeated presence on screen slowly builds familiarity until irritation softens into acceptance. Everyday social interactions reflect it too. Someone who sees the same coworker in the break room every morning may begin to feel friendlier toward them, even without long conversations. Neighbors who exchange casual waves over months start to seem more trustworthy. Even strangers on a daily commute can become familiar faces, building a quiet sense of connection without a single word spoken. Humor sneaks in when people realize how silly this can be. Everyone has had the experience of hating a commercial jingle at first, only to catch themselves humming it later, or rolling their eyes at a reality show star, only to eventually say, "Hey, they're not so bad." Mere exposure is why people sometimes find comfort in the ugliest sweater they own. After seeing it in the mirror enough times, it starts to feel like part of their identity. The mechanism is tied to processing fluency. Familiar things are easier to process, and the brain interprets that ease as positivity. New and unfamiliar stimuli require more effort, so they feel riskier. With enough repetition, the effort fades, and what once felt strange now feels safe. The effect is so powerful that it can even override negative impressions. Disliked stimuli can grow tolerable, or even liked, through sheer repetition. Awareness of the mere exposure effect allows people to question whether their preferences are genuine or just the byproduct of repetition. Do you really like that pop song? Or did hearing it 20 times trick your brain into comfort? Is that brand trustworthy because of its quality, or because its logo is everywhere? The answer may not always matter. Familiarity can be valuable, but recognizing the bias restores choice. At its heart, mere exposure shows that liking often has less to do with substance and more to do with presence. Sometimes all it takes to turn something from strange to beloved is for it to keep showing up until resistance fades. Zeigarnik effect. Unfinished tasks stay top of mind. The human brain has a funny way of bookmarking things it hasn't finished. A completed task tends to fade neatly into memory, but an unfinished one lingers, buzzing in the background like a phone that won't stop vibrating. This is the Zeigarnik effect, named after psychologist Bluma Zeigarnik, who noticed in the 1920s that waiters remembered unpaid orders with striking clarity, but quickly forgot the details once the bills were settled. The incomplete state created mental tension that only resolved with closure. Everyday life is riddled with this phenomenon. That half-written email nags at you more than the dozen already sent. The book left unfinished on the nightstand calls louder than the stack you've completed. Cliffhanger TV episodes weaponize the effect shamelessly, cutting to black just as the hero is dangling off a ledge. Or worse, right after someone ominously says, "I know your secret," the brain itches for resolution, and streaming platforms happily oblige with autoplay, keeping people glued far past bedtime. Marketers and media creators love the Zeigarnik effect because it keeps audiences hooked. Think of To Be Continued at the end of serial dramas, or the endless loop of TikTok videos that cut off mid-story. You won't believe what happened next. The tension of incompletion drives clicks, views, and engagement. Even email subject lines exploit it. Your free gift is waiting, dangling a task that feels incomplete until opened. The cycle is simple. Unfinished equals unforgettable. The effect also explains why people make to-do lists. Writing down incomplete tasks reduces some of the mental tension, a phenomenon called the offloading effect. Without lists, uncompleted chores rattle around in working memory, demanding attention at inconvenient moments. That's why you suddenly remember to buy milk right before bed, but forget again at the grocery store. The unfinished status keeps surfacing until resolved. Social life is no different. A conversation interrupted mid-story lingers in the listener's mind more than a fully told anecdote. A text left unread gnaws at people longer than a completed exchange. Even romantic relationships sometimes echo with the Zeigarnik effect. Unfinished business can haunt people far more than tidy endings, leaving what-if questions that replay long after the chapter should have closed. Humor finds its way here, too. Everyone knows the irritation of leaving a puzzle with one missing piece, or a video game saved right before the final boss. People laugh at themselves for being unable to relax until they've finished tasks as trivial as matching socks. And few things torment the modern mind like a notification bubble hovering with one unread message. It's a digital embodiment of the Zeigarnik effect. One small thing undone, impossible to ignore. Psychologically, the mechanism stems from cognitive tension. Unfinished tasks occupy more mental space because the brain keeps them active, ready to complete. Completion releases that tension, freeing attention for other things. In evolutionary terms, this probably helped humans remember to finish important survival tasks, gather food, finish shelter, close the cave entrance, before relaxing. Today, it mostly keeps people from enjoying dinner, while their inbox remains open. Awareness of the Zeigarnik effect can be empowering. Breaking large tasks into smaller, finishable steps provides moments of closure, reducing mental drag. Writing things down frees the mind from carrying them around, and recognizing when unfinished tasks are being exploited, like cliffhangers engineered to trap you into just one more episode, helps reclaim control over time and attention. In the end, the Zeigarnik effect shows that completion is more than accomplishment. It's psychological relief. Until the circle closes, the brain keeps the loop open, nudging and prodding. That's why check marks feel so satisfying, why endings matter, and why even the tiniest loose ends can feel louder than the most glorious finish. Peak end rule: we judge by the high point and the ending, not the average. Human memory isn't a careful accountant tallying every moment. Instead, it works like a highlight reel editor. It grabs the most intense part of an experience, the peak and the way it ended, then compresses the whole event into those snapshots. This is the peak end rule. The reason people misremember long, painful experiences as tolerable if they ended gently, or why a vacation filled with hiccups is recalled fondly if it closed on a high note. The brain isn't fair, it's selective, and it cares more about peaks and endings than averages. Psychologist Daniel Kahneman and his colleagues famously demonstrated this by studying patients undergoing uncomfortable medical procedures. Some endured shorter but sharper versions, others longer procedures with pain that gradually eased near the end. When asked afterward, patients rated the longer procedure as less unpleasant overall, simply because it ended better, even though they had objectively suffered longer. Their memories were shaped less by total pain and more by the final trajectory. Marketers, entertainers, and event planners lean on this principle constantly. Theme parks know to end rides with a big splash or sudden drop. Concerts save the fan-favorite songs for the finale. Restaurants often serve complimentary mints or desserts at the end of meals, ensuring the experience closes sweetly. Even customer service departments are trained to resolve complaints with warmth and efficiency, because people remember the ending of the interaction more than the rocky beginning. Vacations and social gatherings follow the same pattern. A family trip may have been filled with flight delays, mosquito bites, and arguments over directions. But if the last day is spent on a beautiful beach with everyone laughing, that's the memory that dominates. A dinner party, with an awkward start, can be redeemed by a joyful finale, the clinking of glasses and laughter sticking more than the earlier silence. Humans rewrite experiences retroactively, editing them with bold markers at the peak and the close. Everyday life provides countless smaller examples. A movie with a mediocre first half, but a thrilling climax, often earns rave reviews, while one that starts strong but fizzles at the end is remembered poorly. A long meeting that drags but ends with a funny joke leaves participants chuckling instead of groaning. Even relationships sometimes get painted by the peak end rule. People may describe an entire era as amazing or terrible, based largely on one euphoric stretch or a bitter ending. Humor slips into this bias too. People will insist a roller coaster was the best ever, even though they spent half of it screaming in terror, because the thrilling drop was the peak and the final glide left them laughing. Or someone might rave about a restaurant because of the free cookie at the end, forgetting that the appetizer was soggy. The highlight reel edits out the dull or difficult parts, and the memory becomes kinder than the lived reality. The psychology here hinges on memory construction. Experiences fade quickly, but the peaks and conclusions get stored as shorthand. This isn't necessarily irrational. It saves mental space, but it also means decisions about the future can be skewed. Someone may agree to repeat a grueling event simply because the ending felt good. A runner who recalls the euphoria of crossing a finish line may sign up for another marathon, forgetting the blisters and cramps along the way. Awareness of the peak end rule gives power to shape experiences deliberately. Ending a project on a celebratory note or wrapping a tough day with a relaxing ritual creates stronger positive memories. Conversely, knowing the rule warns us not to be tricked into repeating unpleasant experiences just because they ended well. Ultimately, memory is less about arithmetic and more about storytelling. The peak provides drama, the ending provides closure, and the rest dissolves into background noise. That's why life's events often feel better or worse in hindsight than they did in the moment. The brain edits the reel, and the highlight reel is what remains. Primacy effect. First impressions anchor later interpretation. The first slice of information often has more influence than anything that follows. This is the primacy effect. The tendency for initial impressions to stick and color the way we interpret everything else. Once that first frame is in place, later details get filtered through it, often bent to match the opening judgment. The brain loves shortcuts, and the first impression is the shortcut that shapes the story. Psychologist Solomon Asch and others demonstrated this in the mid-20th century with studies on impression formation. Participants were asked to evaluate someone described with a string of adjectives. When the word warm came first, followed by less flattering traits, people rated the person favorably. When cold led the list, later positive traits couldn't fully rescue the impression. The sequence mattered. The first word set the tone, and the rest fell into line. Everyday life runs on this principle. Job interviews hinge on the opening minutes. Whether it's a confident handshake, eye contact, or stumbling over a chair, first impressions prime the interviewer, who may unconsciously interpret later answers in light of that opening moment. Dating works similarly. Someone charming in the first few minutes gets more benefit of the doubt afterward, while an awkward start lingers even if the conversation improves. Teachers often note that students who shine early in class discussions are seen as smart, with later mistakes written off as exceptions. Marketers leverage primacy whenever possible. That's why packaging and branding are so meticulously designed. The first glance at a sleek box primes consumers to believe the product inside is high quality. Political campaigns carefully script first debates and opening ads, knowing those impressions will echo through the rest of the election season. Even in online shopping, the first review a customer reads, glowing or scathing, can anchor perception, shaping how subsequent reviews are interpreted. Social interactions prove how stubborn primacy can be. Think about meeting someone who seems aloof at first, but later warms up. The early impression lingers, leaving you to describe them as hard to get to know. Conversely, someone friendly at the start, but distant later often gets excused. They must have just been tired. The primacy effect sticks like glue, making the beginning disproportionately powerful. Humor sneaks in with how unforgiving this bias can be. Spill coffee on yourself in the first 5 minutes of a meeting, and that becomes the story, no matter how eloquent your presentation is afterward. Or mispronounce a word during an introduction, and suddenly you're the person who said especially. Meanwhile, dazzling people at the start can make later slip-ups invisible, like the friend who tells a great joke upon arrival and coasts on that charm for the rest of the evening. The psychology here ties back to cognitive efficiency. Processing new information takes energy, so the brain prefers to form a quick impression early and then filter later data through it. Once the story is set, the brain resists rewriting it, even when evidence suggests otherwise. This mechanism helps save effort, but can lock people into misjudgments. Awareness of the primacy effect makes it clear why first impressions deserve care, but also why it's important not to overvalue them. A bad start doesn't necessarily define someone, just as a polished opening doesn't guarantee substance. The trick is to ask, if I'd learned this information in a different order, would my conclusion be the same? That question helps loosen the grip of the opening act. In the end, primacy reveals how beginnings frame the story. The first brush stroke on the canvas sets the tone, and everything else is interpreted against it. People remember the start, filter the middle, and forgive or condemn based on that initial anchor. Which is why, whether it's a meeting, a product, or a first date, the opening moments so often outweigh the rest of the show. Recency effect. The latest thing heard weighs heavy on recall. If the primacy effect shows how beginnings anchor judgment, the recency effect proves that endings often hog the spotlight in memory. The recency effect is the tendency to remember the most recent information more clearly than earlier details. It's why someone can recall the last item on a grocery list, but forget the first 3. Or why a closing argument in a trial often shapes the jury more than the opening. The brain doesn't capture everything evenly. It shines a spotlight on the last thing seen or heard. Psychologists discovered this pattern through simple memory experiments. When participants were shown lists of words and later asked to recall them, items at the beginning, primacy, and end recency of the list were remembered best, while the middle suffered. This serial position effect revealed that the last item stayed fresh in short-term memory, giving them an advantage over earlier information that faded faster. Everyday life demonstrates this bias constantly. In presentations, audiences are more likely to remember the final slide or punchline than the earlier bulk of information. In conversations, people walk away recalling the last sentence or joke more vividly than the middle chatter. Even in customer service, the way an interaction ends, kind or curt, lingers longer than how it began. Endings create lasting impressions, not because they're objectively more important, but because they're closer in time when memory takes its snapshot. Marketers exploit this by carefully designing the close of an experience. That's why product pitches often end with a bold summary, why commercials finish with catchy slogans, and why phone operators close calls with scripted phrases like "Thank you for being a valued customer." The recency effect ensures that whatever comes last carries disproportionate weight, sometimes redeeming an otherwise shaky encounter. E-politics and public speaking rely on it heavily. A candidate may stumble during a debate, but if they close with a strong, emotionally resonant line, the ending lingers in voters' minds. Teachers know that students remember the final minutes of class more clearly than the middle lecture. Comedians structure sets with this in mind too. Saving their best jokes for the end ensures the audience leaves laughing, even if the opener was rocky. Humor often pops up in how this effect warps memory. People might describe a mediocre movie as great because the ending was satisfying, forgetting the 2 hours of filler that came before. Or they'll call a restaurant terrible because the dessert was disappointing, conveniently ignoring the excellent appetizer. The last bite or last scene becomes the shorthand for the entire experience. Whether it deserves it or not, the recency effect can also shape relationships. A pleasant conversation that ends in an awkward remark can overshadow all the warmth that came before. Conversely, a rocky interaction, smoothed over by a kind goodbye, often leaves people recalling it fondly. The final notes play louder than the rest of the song. Psychologically, this happens because the latest information is still sitting in working memory, unburdened by the decay that eats away at earlier details. Unless deliberately rehearsed or written down, the first half of information fades, while the last half clings. Over time, both may erode, but in the short term, recency dominates. Awareness of the effect helps in two ways. First, it reminds us to put care into how we end things, presentations, meetings, conversations, because those final moments often define the memory. Second, it encourages caution when judging experiences too heavily by their ending. Was the entire event great? Or did it just close well? Was it truly awful? Or did the bad finale poison the recollection? Asking these questions balances out memory's bias. In the end, the recency effect proves that human memory isn't fair. It's a stage spotlight that favors whatever is still on stage. What comes last may not always be best, but it tends to be what we carry out the door. Availability heuristic. Vivid examples outweigh sober statistics. Ask someone whether flying or driving is more dangerous, and many will answer flying. Statistically, they're wrong. Driving is far riskier, but plane crashes dominate memory because they're vivid, dramatic, and endlessly replayed in the news. This is the availability heuristic at work, the mental shortcut where people judge the likelihood of an event based on how easily examples come to mind. The brain doesn't carefully weigh probabilities. It grabs the most accessible memory and uses it as evidence. Psychologists Amos Tversky and Daniel Kahneman explored this in the 1970s. In one study, participants were asked whether more words in English begin with the letter K or have K as the third letter. Most people confidently answered, begin with K, because examples like kite and kangaroo spring to mind faster than words like acknowledge or bake. In reality, there are more words with K in the third position. The error came not from ignorance of vocabulary, but from the ease or availability of recall. Everyday decisions reveal this bias constantly. After seeing news about shark attacks, people hesitate to swim in the ocean, even though the odds of being bitten are microscopic compared to, say, slipping in the bathtub. Hearing about a burglary in the neighborhood makes homeowners rush to buy new locks, even if crime rates are statistically low. People overestimate dramatic but rare dangers and underestimate common but mundane risks. Marketers and media exploit the availability heuristic expertly. Insurance companies highlight specific disasters, house fires, floods, accidents, because these images stick in the mind more than abstract percentages. Advertisers frame products with vivid stories instead of numbers. This one battery saved a family in a blackout carries more punch than 98% reliability. News outlets lean into it as well, knowing that shocking events, plane crashes, celebrity scandals will be remembered far longer than dry data about economic trends. Social life demonstrates the heuristic in subtle ways. A person may describe a coworker as always late simply because the most recent 2 instances were memorable, forgetting the dozens of times they arrived on time. Friends might believe they're bad at relationships because they can recall vivid breakups, but not the quieter stretches of stability. The brain privileges the dramatic anecdote over the steady statistic. Humor often emerges in how skewed this bias can be. People joke about being terrified of sharks while munching on cheeseburgers, even though diet-related health risks are far deadlier than jaws lurking offshore. Or they laugh about buying lottery tickets, knowing rationally the odds are abysmal, but recalling the vivid story of that one guy who won big. The brain treats the memorable exception as the rule, with a wink at logic. The mechanism works because the brain equates ease of recall with frequency. If something comes to mind quickly, it feels common. This shortcut usually works. Common things are easier to recall, but it fails spectacularly when vivid but rare events dominate memory. The danger isn't just in misjudging personal risk, it shapes public policy too. Politicians often focus on sensational issues that grab headlines, while statistically greater problems, like heart disease or car accidents, receive less attention. Awareness of the availability heuristic helps balance the scales. Asking, am I reacting to the vividness of this example or to its true likelihood, reframes the decision. Checking actual data can reveal that the scariest events are often the least probable, while the dull, invisible risks deserve more concern. At its heart, the availability heuristic shows that memory, not math, drives much of human judgment. What's easiest to picture feels truest, even when it's not. And as long as plane crashes make headlines, while car accidents slip quietly into statistics, the mind will keep fearing the sky more than the road. Frequency illusion. Learn a term, then see it everywhere. It happens all the time. You learn a new word, spot a new car model, or hear about some obscure health condition, and suddenly it seems to pop up everywhere. Yesterday it was invisible. Today it's unavoidable. This is the frequency illusion, sometimes called the Baader-Meinhof phenomenon. The brain tricks you into thinking something is newly common, when in fact, you've simply started noticing it more. It isn't the world that's changed, it's your attention. Psychologists explain this illusion as the interplay of two forces, selective attention and confirmation bias. Once the mind tags something as relevant, it tunes the radar to notice it more often. Then each new sighting reinforces the sense that it's everywhere, confirming the belief. Buy a red car, and suddenly the roads seem full of red cars. Learn the word Sonder, and you'll spot it in articles, conversations, and captions. The item was always around, but now it feels ubiquitous. Marketers and advertisers ride this bias expertly. When a brand launches a new product, they blitz the airwaves with ads to create that sensation of omnipresence. Consumers who notice the first ad are primed to see the second, third, and 10th, interpreting the repetition as proof that everyone is talking about it. Social media turbocharges the effect. Once you like or search for a product, algorithms ensure it appears again and again, making the illusion feel even stronger. The line between bias and reality blurs when technology deliberately amplifies the noticing. The phenomenon shows up in conversations too. Ever notice how once someone announces they're pregnant, they suddenly see baby strollers and diaper ads everywhere? Or when you're considering a move to a new city, suddenly every headline and random conversation seems tied to that place. It's not fate whispering in your ear. It's your brain spotlighting what it has decided is relevant. Humor often bubbles up in the absurdity of it. People joke, "Why is the universe sending me signs about Brussels sprouts?" after hearing about them 3 times in one day. Or they swear an obscure indie band has suddenly become mainstream, when really it's just their tuned-up awareness. The illusion feels uncanny, as if the world is conspiring, but in truth, it's just neurons highlighting familiar patterns. The mechanism connects closely to memory. Once a concept has been encoded, it's easier to retrieve, so every encounter with it feels like a deliberate appearance. The illusion is powerful because it's self-reinforcing. Every spotting feels like confirmation, and every non-spotting goes unnoticed. You don't think about all the blue cars you didn't notice today. You only register the ones that fit the new pattern. This bias has social consequences too. Frequency illusions can inflate perceptions of trends. Hear about a few crimes in the news, and suddenly, it feels like crime is everywhere. Notice a handful of viral posts on a topic, and it feels like society is obsessed with it. Politicians and pundits take advantage of this, amplifying selected events until they seem like epidemics, while statistics quietly tell a different story. Awareness helps cut through the illusion. When you notice something everywhere, it's worth asking, is this truly more common, or just more noticeable to me right now. Checking data, rather than relying on hunches, can reset perspective. Sometimes the world has shifted, but often, it's just the spotlight in your brain moving to a new target. In the end, the frequency illusion is less about external reality and more about perception. What feels like coincidence or fate is usually just attention sharpening its focus. It's not that the car, word, or song suddenly multiplied overnight. It's that your brain decided it mattered, and once it matters, you can't help but see it everywhere. Sleeper effect. Messages from weak sources gain impact as we forget the source. Sometimes people hear an argument, dismiss it because the source seems sketchy, and then weeks later, find themselves repeating that same argument as if it were their own idea. This is the sleeper effect, a delayed persuasion phenomenon, where a message grows more convincing over time, not because the content changes, but because the unreliable source fades from memory. The brain forgets who said it faster than it forgets what was said, and once that link is severed, the message sneaks back with unexpected credibility. Psychologists first discovered this effect during World War II while studying propaganda. Soldiers exposed to messages from sources they considered untrustworthy initially resisted them, but later, those same messages re-emerged in soldiers' beliefs, untethered from the questionable origin. Over time, the content and the source had decoupled, the bad messenger faded, the message stuck. Everyday life provides plenty of examples. Someone might scoff at a health tip from a gossip magazine, drink celery juice for energy. But weeks later, when faced with fatigue, they vaguely recall hearing that celery juice helps and give it a try. They don't remember rolling their eyes at the magazine, they just remember the claim. In social circles, people discount a rumor because it came from that one unreliable friend, only to repeat it later when the friend's name has been forgotten. The sleeper effect turns throwaway lines into recycled truths. Advertising and political messaging exploit this phenomenon. A brand may push a dubious claim through flashy ads or influencers whose credibility is questionable. Initially, consumers shrug it off, but as time passes, the catchy line boosts immunity, scientifically proven. America's favorite lingers while the cheesy ad or influencer fades. The message lives on without the baggage of its delivery. Political campaigns know this too. An attack ad might be dismissed as mudslinging in the moment, but its claim, however flimsy, can stick in voters' minds long after the source is forgotten. The mechanism is partly memory decay. Source details are harder to recall than central messages. When people revisit the information later, they often misattribute it to a more credible source or forget the source altogether. What remains is the raw content, floating free of the skepticism that once shielded against it. Ironically, time erases the reason the claim was rejected in the first place. Humor appears in the way the sleeper effect makes people argue passionately with ideas they once mocked. Someone who dismissed a corny ad for miracle blenders might later say, "I heard smoothies are way healthier if you pulverize the seeds." Or a person who laughed at their uncle's rambling conspiracy theory might find themselves repeating one of his lines at a party, only to realize, horrified, wait, where did I pick that up? The brain, ever the recycler, sometimes repackages junk as wisdom once the label is gone. The sleeper effect matters because it reveals persuasion isn't always immediate. People often imagine influence as a direct transaction. Hear something, believe it or not, and move on. In reality, influence can be delayed, sneaking past skepticism once memory fades. That's why repetition in media is so powerful. It doesn't just plant messages, it ensures they'll resurface later, detached from their less than stellar origins. Awareness helps guard against this. When recalling a claim, it's worth asking, where did I hear this? And can I trust that source? If the source can't be recalled, skepticism is warranted. It may feel like a fact, but it could just be a sleeper effect. Echo from some forgotten late-night commercial. At its core, the sleeper effect is a reminder that memory is selective and persuasion is patient. Messages we dismiss today can become tomorrow's beliefs, not because they were convincing in the moment, but because time lets them slip back into our minds unchaperoned. Change blindness. We miss big alterations when attention is elsewhere. The human brain likes to brag about how sharp it is, but in truth, perception is patchy. People believe they take in whole scenes with detail and accuracy, when in reality they only notice a fraction, and often miss glaring changes right in front of them. This gap is called change blindness, the inability to detect significant shifts in the environment when attention is focused elsewhere. Classic experiments show just how fragile perception can be. In one famous study, a researcher stopped pedestrians on the street to ask for directions. Mid-conversation, workers carrying a large door passed between them, briefly blocking the view. When the door moved away, a different person stood in the researcher's place. Astonishingly, about half the pedestrians didn't notice the swap. They continued giving directions, as if nothing had happened. The scene flowed smoothly enough that the brain patched over the gap, skipping the glaring discontinuity. Film and television editors rely on this bias. Continuity errors, props shifting, costumes changing, glasses refilling magically, often go unnoticed because viewers are paying attention to the story or dialogue. The brain prioritizes the narrative and fills in the rest. Magicians exploit the same weakness, directing focus with flourishes while quietly swapping objects in plain sight. The illusion isn't just sleight of hand, it's sleight of mind. Everyday life brims with examples. Someone rearranges a room slightly, moving a lamp, changing a picture frame angle, and housemates walk in without noticing. Drivers sometimes miss new road signs if their attention is glued to traffic. Even in conversations, a friend might change details of a story between tellings, and listeners nod along without catching the discrepancy. Attention creates blind spots, and the brain happily papers them over with the assumption that everything's the same. Humor sneaks in because the blindness is so blatant once pointed out. People laugh at spot the difference, puzzles that stump them, even though the alterations are obvious once revealed. Or they chuckle at movies where continuity slips, like a character holding a sandwich that turns into a burger between cuts. And of course, countless prank videos online show just how little people notice when something big changes right under their noses. Psychologists explain change blindness as the cost of selective attention. Humans don't process every pixel of the visual world. They process what seems important and let the rest blur. This saves cognitive resources, but it also creates gaps that go unnoticed. The brain assumes stability, unless alarm bells ring, so small or hidden shifts slip past. Only when something demands focus, like a sudden loud noise or motion, does the brain reroute resources to catch it. Marketers sometimes exploit this subtly. A website might alter the terms of a subscription plan slightly, counting on people not noticing because their attention is fixed on checkout. Politicians or companies may frame policy changes in ways that look like continuity, so shifts slide by unnoticed until they're entrenched. In both cases, the assumption of sameness becomes a tool for gentle manipulation. Awareness of change blindness doesn't turn people into hawks, but it can encourage deliberate observation, double-checking details, asking, "Has anything actually shifted here?" or training attention in specific ways helps reduce the effect. Pilots, surgeons, and other high-stakes professionals practice these skills precisely because overlooking changes can be costly. Ultimately, change blindness reveals that perception is less like a camera and more like a sketch artist, filling in gaps with guesses. Most of the time, those guesses are fine, but sometimes they let a stranger swap places mid-conversation without anyone batting an eye. The unsettling truth is that the world can change dramatically while the brain insists nothing's different at all. In-group bias. We favor our tribe, often without noticing. Humans like to imagine themselves as fair-minded creatures, carefully weighing people on their merits. But in practice, loyalties often tilt toward us over them. This tilt is in-group bias, the tendency to prefer, trust, and favor those who belong to one's own group, however that group is defined, while treating outsiders with less warmth or fairness. The catch is that the groups don't have to be deep, ancient, or meaningful. Sometimes they're created on the spot, and the bias still kicks in. Psychologist Henri Tajfel famously demonstrated this with his minimal group experiments in the 1970s. He arbitrarily divided participants into groups based on trivial criteria, like a supposed preference for one artist over another. Despite the thinness of these divisions, people consistently gave more rewards to members of their own group and fewer to members of the other group, even when it cost them potential gains. The groups had no history, no rivalry, no meaning, just labels, yet the bias was immediate. In everyday life, in-group bias is everywhere. Sports fans cheer their team with unshakable loyalty, overlooking faults while booing identical behavior from opponents. Employees bond over their department's superiority, joking about how finance people or IT folks just don't get it. Kids on playgrounds split into groups, red shirts versus blue shirts, or Marvel fans versus DC fans, and the dynamic is the same. Belonging shapes bias, and the criteria for belonging can be almost laughably arbitrary. Marketers and politicians exploit this bias deliberately. Brands create communities, loyalty clubs, fan groups, hashtags, to turn customers into in-groups. Once someone identifies as an Apple person or a Nike person, they defend the brand with near-tribal fervor. Politicians amplify us versus them narratives because they rally loyalty and motivate action. Our side becomes virtuous. Their side becomes suspect. The message doesn't need to be nuanced when tribal instincts are so easily stirred. Humor often bubbles up from how transparent this can be. Someone who roots for their hometown team will defend a dirty foul as just playing tough, but the same foul from the rival team sparks outrage. Or consider the friend who swears their coffee shop is superior, even though both chains buy beans from the same distributor. The bias turns preference into loyalty, and loyalty into blind defense. The psychology behind in-group bias is rooted in survival. Early human groups depended on cohesion to thrive and defend against outsiders. Favoring the tribe wasn't just emotional, it was practical. Today, the instinct persists, even when the stakes are smaller. Trusting one of us still feels safer, even if the difference between us and them is a t-shirt color or a brand logo. But the bias has consequences. It fosters nepotism, cliques, and sometimes outright discrimination. People may hire those who feel familiar, fund causes that benefit their group disproportionately, or dismiss good ideas because they came from the other side. The result is skewed judgment, often hidden under the comfortable banner of loyalty. Awareness provides a counterbalance. Asking, "Would I judge this the same way if it came from another group?" can unmask the bias. Building mixed groups or exposing people to diverse perspectives helps weaken automatic tribal lines. The instinct to favor one's own may never vanish, but it can be tempered by conscious fairness. At its core, in-group bias shows how easily we and they are drawn. Sometimes those lines unite us in healthy ways, cheering at a concert, bonding with coworkers, celebrating culture. But sometimes they close doors, cloud judgment, and fuel conflict. The reminder is that belonging is powerful, but fairness asks us to look beyond the tribe. Bandwagon effect. Popularity itself becomes evidence of value. When enough people seem to be doing something, others often pile on, not because they've weighed the facts carefully, but because popularity itself feels like proof. This is the bandwagon effect. The tendency to adopt beliefs, behaviors, or products simply because many others already have. It's the psychological cousin of social proof. But with an emphasis on momentum, the more people jump aboard, the harder it is to resist joining, even if the destination is unclear. History is littered with bandwagons. Political campaigns in the 19th century literally used wagons, parading through town to rally support, with bystanders encouraged to jump on the bandwagon. The phrase stuck because the phenomenon was real. Seeing crowds supporting a candidate made others assume the candidate must be worth supporting. The more visible the crowd, the more compelling the appeal. Modern marketing thrives on this principle. Ads tout products as America's hash, one choice, or the best-selling brand, banking on the fact that popularity itself sways buyers. Streaming platforms highlight top 10 today lists, turning shows into must-watches because everyone else is watching. Social media metrics, likes, shares, follower counts, act as bandwagon engines, converting numbers into persuasive signals. A video with 10 views might look ignorable, but one with 10 million feels important even before clicking play. Everyday life provides endless examples. At restaurants, the longest line outside often signals best food inside, whether or not that's true. In classrooms, a single student clapping can trigger the entire group to applaud, even if no one was particularly moved. Fashion trends erupt this way too. One group adopts a style, others follow, and suddenly the streets are filled with the same sneakers or hairstyles. The logic isn't, "I love this," but rather so many others love this, that it must be good. Humor lurks in the absurd extremes. Remember fidget spinners? Entire schoolyards spun plastic toys, not because they were life-changing, but because everyone else had one. Or Crocs, mocked relentlessly, then adopted en masse, until they became oddly fashionable again. People laugh about guilty pleasures, but often those pleasures were seeded by bandwagons, where ridicule slowly gave way to acceptance once enough people joined. Psychologists explain the bandwagon effect as a mix of conformity, social proof, and fear of missing out. Humans are tribal creatures. Aligning with the group feels safe. If many people endorse something, it lowers the social risk of joining in and raises the fear of being left behind. Even when people suspect the herd might be wrong, the comfort of belonging often outweighs the discomfort of dissent. But the effect isn't always harmless. Bandwagons can spread misinformation, fuel bubbles in financial markets, and entrench poor decisions. Investors pile into hot stocks because everyone's buying, only to crash when the bubble bursts. Viral rumors online gain traction, not because they're true, but because they're widely shared. The bandwagon doesn't check credentials, it just rolls forward, gaining speed with each new passenger. Awareness provides a break. Asking, "Would I still want this if nobody else did?" helps separate genuine preference from herd influence. Sometimes the answer is yes, the bandwagon just revealed something valuable, but sometimes the answer is no, exposing the power of momentum over independent judgment. At its heart, the bandwagon effect illustrates the gravitational pull of crowds. Popularity feels like safety, certainty, even proof. And while it can steer people toward good discoveries, it can just as easily carry them off cliffs. After all, if everyone else is doing it, that's not always a reason to join, but it's almost always a reason to pause. Pluralistic ignorance. Everyone waits for everyone else. Concern stalls. Sometimes whole groups silently agree to do nothing, not because they don't care, but because each person wrongly assumes the others are unconcerned. This is pluralistic ignorance, a social illusion where everyone misreads everyone else's silence as approval or indifference, leading to collective inaction. It's not that no one notices the problem, it's that no one wants to break the ice and be the first to say, "Is this okay?" Psychologists Bibb Latani and John Darley illustrated this in their studies of bystander behavior. In one famous experiment, participants sat in a room, filling out forms when smoke began seeping through a vent. When participants were alone, most quickly reported the smoke, but when placed in groups where others, actually confederates in on the experiment, ignored the smoke, individuals stayed put far longer, even coughing and fanning the air, because they assumed that if no one else was worried, maybe it wasn't urgent. The social script of silence overrode personal alarm. Everyday life is full of this awkward quiet. In classrooms, students who don't understand a lecture often keep still because no one else raises a hand. In meetings, employees hold back concerns about a risky project because everyone else is nodding. On public transit, passengers might hesitate to confront someone behaving badly, each waiting for others to act. Everyone assumes the group's calm signals understanding or approval, when in fact, most are privately uneasy. The result is a room full of people, quietly disagreeing, but outwardly conforming. Humor sneaks in when the phenomenon shows up in trivial contexts. Imagine a group of friends at dinner, all too polite to admit they don't like the chosen restaurant. They sit through mediocre meals, each assuming the others must love it, or a crowd at a concert, waiting for someone else to clap first, leading to an awkward silence before applause finally erupts. It's not that no one wanted to clap, it's that everyone was waiting for a cue. Marketers and leaders sometimes exploit pluralistic ignorance by projecting unanimous approval. Displaying testimonials, endorsements, or enthusiastic crowds creates the illusion that everyone else supports the idea, making individuals less likely to voice dissent. In organizations, a strong leader's confidence can silence opposition, not because the team truly agrees, but because each member assumes they're the only one with doubts. The quiet snowballs into apparent consensus. The psychology behind pluralistic ignorance is rooted in two fears: fear of embarrassment and fear of isolation. Speaking up risks being wrong or standing out. Staying silent feels safer, even when it breeds inaction. Combine this with people's tendency to treat others' behavior as information, and you get a loop. Silence begets silence, and concern suffocates beneath it. Awareness can disrupt the cycle. When one person voices doubt or asks a question, it often triggers a flood of agreement. "Oh, I was wondering that too." Breaking the silence punctures the illusion, showing that others were uneasy all along. Teachers encourage this by normalizing questions, and effective leaders create spaces where dissent is welcomed. The simple act of admitting uncertainty can liberate an entire group from the paralysis of imagined consensus. Pluralistic ignorance reveals how fragile group dynamics can be. A room full of concerned individuals can masquerade as a room full of content ones, all because nobody wants to look out of step. It's a reminder that silence doesn't always equal agreement. It often equals hesitation. And sometimes, the bravest move isn't having the right answer, but being the first to raise a hand and say, "Does anyone else smell smoke?" False consensus. We overestimate how many share our views. Most people like to believe they're reasonable, normal, and sitting squarely in the middle of the bell curve of humanity. And because of that, they often assume others must think and act the same way. This mental shortcut is the false consensus effect, the tendency to overestimate how widely our own beliefs, preferences, and behaviors are shared. In short, people mistake their personal view of the world for the world's view of itself. Psychologist Lee Ross and his colleagues demonstrated this in the 1970s with a simple experiment. Participants were asked whether they would walk around campus wearing a sandwich board that said, "Eat at Joe's." Some agreed, others refused. But regardless of their choice, participants consistently predicted that most others would make the same choice they did. Agreeing to the task led them to believe others would agree, while refusing led them to believe refusal was the norm. Their own decision became the imagined majority. Everyday life is thick with false consensus. A person who loves pineapple on pizza might casually declare, "Everyone eats it this way," while those who hate it assume, "Nobody sane touches that stuff." Someone who skips breakfast believes most people do too. Someone who never skips assumes it's universal. Even political opinions get warped through this lens. Supporters of a policy often assume it's broadly popular, simply because their friends, family, or online communities echo the same view. The circle of agreement feels like a mirror of society at large, even if it's just a bubble. Marketers and media play into this by using slogans like "everyone's switching" or America's favorite brand. These phrases trigger the sense that one's own choices are mirrored by the crowd, reinforcing the idea that conformity already exists. Social media algorithms amplify the effect further by feeding people more of what they like. They create echo chambers that look like consensus. Scroll through a feed, and it feels like the whole world shares your perspective, when really it's just a carefully curated slice. Humor often emerges when false consensus gets exposed. Someone insists, "Everybody loves this show," only to be met with blank stares, or a friend declares, "Everyone hates Mondays," while another sheepishly admits they actually enjoy them. It's like stepping on stage to address an imaginary choir of agreement, only to realize the audience isn't singing along. The mismatch can be embarrassing, but also funny in its universality. Nearly everyone assumes they're more mainstream than they are. Psychologically, the false consensus effect stems from self-serving bias and availability. People assume their own behavior is normal because it's the most available reference point. If you do it, it feels common. If you believe it, it feels correct. Adding to this, humans crave validation. Assuming others agree cushions self-esteem and reduces the discomfort of standing out. The mind prefers to imagine itself in good company, even if that company is largely fictional. The effect isn't just about small quirks. It has social consequences. False consensus can deepen divides when groups assume their views are shared by the majority, making compromise harder. It can lead individuals to misjudge risks, assuming everyone takes shortcuts or ignores safety rules. And it can blind leaders to dissent as they project their own opinions onto the group. Awareness is a simple antidote. Pausing to ask, "Do I know this is common, or do I just assume it?" helps separate reality from projection. Seeking out data or broader perspectives often reveals that the supposed consensus is thinner than imagined. And sometimes, just admitting, "This might just be me," turns the illusion into a point of connection rather than conflict. In the end, false consensus shows how easily the mind confuses familiarity with universality. Everyone thinks they're standing in the middle of the crowd, but often they're perched on their own little soapbox, waving as though the world is nodding back. Bystander effect. More witnesses can mean less help as duty diffuses. It seems logical that the more people who witness an emergency, the greater the chance someone will step in to help. But in reality, the opposite often happens. Responsibility scatters across the crowd, and each person hesitates, assuming someone else will act. This paradox is the bystander effect, one of the most unsettling quirks in social psychology. It shows that urgency doesn't always bring immediate action. Sometimes it brings collective paralysis. The phenomenon gained attention in the 1960s after the tragic case of Kitty Genovese, a young woman murdered in New York City, while reportedly dozens of neighbors failed to intervene. Later reporting revealed the details were more complicated, but the story sparked research into why groups freeze. Psychologists John Darley and Bibb Latani ran experiments where participants believed they were overhearing someone in distress, like having a seizure. When participants were alone, most rushed to help, but when they thought others were also listening, their likelihood of intervening dropped sharply. Responsibility diluted across the invisible crowd. Everyday scenarios reveal the same hesitation. The person collapses on a busy subway platform, and commuters glance around, waiting for someone else to take the lead. A fight breaks out at a party, and bystanders linger awkwardly, assuming another guest will step in. Even small moments, like an item dropped in a grocery aisle, can trigger the effect. If you're the only one who sees it, you act. If 10 others see it, everyone waits. The presence of others paradoxically dampens action. Marketers and fundraisers occasionally exploit this by personalizing appeals. Instead of addressing everyone, they target individuals by name, because when responsibility feels shared across thousands, nobody feels accountable. A direct "you" cuts through diffusion. Activists and campaigners also understand this. They use calls like "be the one to act" precisely to counter the bystander tendency in crowds. Humor creeps in, when the bystander effect plays out in low-stakes situations. Imagine a group staring at a printer jam, each waiting for someone else to fix it, until the office collectively admits none of them knows how, or the awkward silence in meetings after a question like, "Any volunteers?" Eyes drop to notebooks, as if reading invisible notes will protect them from responsibility. These moments are funny because they expose how universal the hesitation is. Psychologically, the bystander effect rests on three forces: diffusion of responsibility, social influence, and fear of judgment. Diffusion makes each individual feel less personally obligated. Social influence means people look to others for cues. If no one else moves, they assume movement isn't required. Fear of judgment keeps them from acting and risking embarrassment if the emergency turns out to be nothing. Together, these create the quiet inertia that holds crowds in place. Yet the effect isn't inevitable. Studies show that when one person breaks the silence and acts, others quickly follow. Leadership, even small, interrupts the paralysis. Awareness helps too. People trained to recognize the bystander effect, such as lifeguards, first aid responders, or teachers, are more likely to step in, understanding that the hesitation is a trap. The trick is to internalize responsibility instead of waiting for someone else to shoulder it. The bystander effect is a sobering reminder that safety in numbers doesn't always mean action in numbers. Sometimes it means a crowded room filled with silent assumptions, and often, all it takes to break the spell is one person deciding, "I'll be the one." Once that happens, the invisible chains snap, and the crowd shifts from frozen to responsive. De-individuation. Anonymity erodes restraint and accountability. When people feel anonymous, hidden in a crowd, masked by a uniform, or shielded by the glow of a screen, they often behave in ways they never would alone. This is de-individuation, the psychological state where personal identity dissolves into group identity, reducing self-awareness and loosening inhibitions. Responsibility feels diffused, and the usual guardrails of behavior, conscience, fear of judgment, sense of self, slip away. What emerges can be liberating, destructive, or both. Psychologist Philip Zimbardo illustrated this in his famous Stanford prison experiment. College students, assigned as guards, quickly adopted aggressive behaviors toward prisoners, emboldened by uniforms, sunglasses, and group identity. The anonymity stripped away their individual restraint, allowing cruelty to surface with shocking speed. Though the study has its controversies, it vividly showed how ordinary people can act out of character when submerged in roles and anonymity. Everyday life offers gentler examples. Think of rowdy sports crowds. Individuals who might politely hold a door open on the street will scream insults at referees or opposing fans when cloaked in the anonymity of the stands. Online spaces magnify this. Comment sections and social media accounts allow people to lash out with cruelty they'd never express face to face. The absence of personal accountability turns a thoughtful individual into an avatar shouting into the void. But de-individuation isn't always negative. It also explains the freeing joy of dancing wildly at a concert or chanting in unison at a rally. When self-consciousness fades, people can feel connected and uninhibited. The same mechanism that fuels mob violence can also fuel euphoria, solidarity, and creativity. Street festivals, parades, and collective celebrations thrive on the sense of dissolving into something bigger, where no one worries about how they look or whether they're acting normal. Humor often shows up in small de-individuation quirks. Consider Halloween, when costumes let people act sillier, louder, or bolder than usual. The mask creates permission. Or think of karaoke bars, where singing off-key feels mortifying alone but completely acceptable when everyone else is butchering pop songs together. The individual disappears into the crowd, and embarrassment dissolves. The psychology of de-individuation boils down to two key forces: reduced self-awareness and weakened accountability. When people feel unidentifiable, they stop monitoring their own behavior so closely. When they feel their actions can't be pinned directly to them, they take risks. Combine those with heightened group arousal, like the energy of a mob, a protest, or even a digital flame war, and restraint evaporates. Leaders and institutions sometimes exploit this effect deliberately. Militaries use uniforms to suppress individuality and promote unity. Political rallies emphasize chants and collective symbols to dissolve personal hesitation into group momentum. Even corporations use branding and shared slogans to bind employees into a single identity. The blurring of self into group can create loyalty, compliance, and energy, but also moral blind spots. Awareness provides protection. Recognizing moments when anonymity might be shaping behavior allows individuals to pause and ask, would I do this if my name and face were attached? That question restores accountability. Structures like visible moderation online or clear codes of conduct in groups are ways to counteract the darker side of de-individuation, reintroducing personal responsibility into collective spaces. At its core, de-individuation is a reminder that identity is fragile and context-dependent. Strip away the cues that tether someone to their individual self, and behavior can shift dramatically. Sometimes it leads to joy and freedom, sometimes to destruction. The difference lies in what the group channels the anonymity toward: shared celebration or shared aggression. Either way, the person who says, I wasn't myself in the moment, may be telling the truth. For a while they weren't. Social loafing. Effort drops when individual credit is fuzzy. When tasks are shared across a group, individuals often put in less effort than they would alone. This is social loafing, the tendency for people to slack when responsibility is diluted and their personal contribution isn't visible. It's not always intentional laziness. Sometimes it's unconscious, but the result is the same. The group carries less weight per person than expected. Psychologists first documented this in experiments with tug-of-war. Participants pulled a rope harder when they thought they were alone than when they believed others were pulling with them. The more people added to the team, the less effort each person exerted. Group projects in classrooms and workplaces reveal the same effect. Some members coast, while others shoulder the load, frustrated that equal credit masks unequal effort. Modern workplaces battle social loafing with accountability tools, progress trackers, check-ins, and task breakdowns. By making individual effort visible, they shrink the loafing gap. Still, the tendency lingers in countless everyday situations. Students in group assignments, co-workers on team reports, even families planning chores. When responsibility is fuzzy, the loaf grows. Humor emerges in how universal this is. Everyone remembers being that one kid stuck finishing the science project while others contributed little more than a title page, or being in a committee where half the members mysteriously forget deadlines. The loaf isn't rare. It's practically a group project tradition. At its heart, social loafing reminds us that shared responsibility can dilute motivation. Awareness allows groups to counter it by clarifying roles, setting personal accountability, and rewarding visible effort. Because as much as teamwork makes the dream work, too much loafing turns the dream into a nap. Just world hypothesis. We assume people get what they deserve. It's comforting to believe the universe is fair, that good deeds are rewarded and bad behavior punished. This is the just world hypothesis, the cognitive bias that convinces people outcomes are deserved. Misfortunes happen because someone must have earned them. Success arrives because someone must have been virtuous. It's a tidy worldview, just not an accurate one. Psychologists Melvin Lerner and Carolyn Simmons explored this bias in the 1960s. Participants who watched a woman receive painful but fake shocks in an experiment rationalized the suffering by assuming she must have deserved it. Unable to reconcile innocent suffering, they rewrote reality to preserve belief in a just world. The impulse wasn't cruelty, it was cognitive comfort, a refusal to admit randomness and unfairness. In everyday life, this shows up when people blame victims. Someone mugged at night shouldn't have been walking there. A person struggling financially must not have worked hard enough. These explanations protect observers from acknowledging vulnerability. If the world is fair, then their own safety feels more secure. But the cost is empathy, as people downplay systemic factors and bad luck. Marketers sometimes exploit this mindset subtly. Self-help gurus promise wealth or success through sheer effort, implying those who fail simply didn't try. Politicians lean on it too, framing poverty as laziness or illness as personal failing. The narrative resonates because it fits the deep craving for justice. Humor surfaces in trivial examples. Someone drops their ice cream cone, and a bystander mutters, "Karma." Or when technology misbehaves, like a printer jamming mid-report, people joke it's punishment for procrastination. Even in small frustrations, the just world reflex sneaks in, giving accidents moral weight. Awareness challenges the bias by accepting that the world isn't neatly fair. Bad things happen to good people, and effort doesn't always guarantee reward. Recognizing this makes space for empathy and for policies that address inequality rather than explain it away. The just world hypothesis may soothe the mind, but it blinds the heart. Fundamental attribution error. Their mistakes look like character, ours like context. When others mess up, people tend to blame their personality. When they mess up themselves, they blame circumstances. This is the fundamental attribution error, the bias of overvaluing internal traits to explain others' behavior while undervaluing situational factors. Someone cuts you off in traffic. They're reckless. You cut someone off. You were rushing to the hospital or just distracted. The error highlights how judgment shifts depending on the angle. Psychologists coined the term after countless experiments showed people attributing others' actions to stable traits rather than contexts. In one study, participants read essays written for or against a political leader. Even when told the writers had been assigned their position, readers still assumed the essays reflected the writer's personal beliefs. The context was explicit, but the bias toward character was stronger. In daily life, this bias fuels misunderstandings. A coworker misses a deadline, and others assume laziness rather than heavy workload. A stranger scowls, and people assume they're rude, not that they might be in pain. Meanwhile, the same observers excuse their own lapses as circumstantial. The error isn't symmetrical. It tilts outward harshly and inward gently. Humor crops up in traffic. Every slow driver is an idiot. Every fast one, a maniac, while your own driving is always justified. Or in school, where teachers might label a student as unmotivated without considering sleep deprivation, stress, or outside responsibilities. The joke is that context only applies when the story is about us. Marketers and media exploit this bias too. Headlines describing crimes or scandals often emphasize individual failings, ignoring systemic factors. Ads subtly frame product users as smart and non-users as foolish, making character the focus rather than context. The simplicity of good people do this, bad people don't, sells well because it aligns with attribution shortcuts. Awareness matters because the error narrows empathy. Pausing to ask, what situational pressures might explain this behavior, broadens perspective. Recognizing the bias doesn't excuse harmful actions, but it balances judgment by acknowledging context. Ultimately, the fundamental attribution error reminds us that people are quick to cast others' flaws in stone while sketching their own in pencil. The truth usually lies in the middle. Character and context intertwine, but catching the bias means fewer harsh labels and more generous understanding. Actor. Observer bias. We excuse our actions, scrutinize theirs. It's a close cousin of the fundamental attribution error, but with a twist. When judging ourselves, the actor, we lean heavily on situational explanations, while when judging others, the observer, we lean on dispositional ones. This is the actor-observer bias. Slip on ice, and you blame the slick pavement. Watch someone else slip, and you think they're clumsy. Context for me, character for thee. Psychologists explain this by perspective. As the actor, you're intimately aware of the external pressures and conditions surrounding your choices. As the observer, all you see is the person and their behavior. The result is a double standard baked into perception. Everyday life brims with examples. A student who bombs a test, blames poor sleep or a tough exam. Watching a classmate fail, they assume laziness. Drivers justify their own aggressive honking as necessary urgency while labeling others' honking as rudeness. Even in relationships, people excuse their own lateness as unavoidable traffic, while fuming at a partner's lateness as disrespect. Humor sneaks in with the universality of the bias. Everyone thinks their own karaoke performance was hampered by bad acoustics, while the next person's off-key singing is proof they can't carry a tune. Or someone says, "I only forgot your birthday because I was swamped," but when their friend forgets, it's clearly a sign of neglect. People laugh because they know they've played both roles. The actor-observer bias reminds us that empathy requires perspective taking, asking, "Would I excuse this if it were me?" Or what pressures might they be facing? It helps soften the asymmetry. It doesn't erase accountability, but it balances fairness. Because in truth, both clumsiness and slippery pavement might be in play. Representativeness, surface similarity masks, true probabilities. People often judge likelihood not by logic, but by resemblance. If something looks like it belongs to a category, they assume it does. This is the representativeness heuristic, the mental shortcut, where people match patterns based on surface traits, ignoring base rates or actual statistics. Amos Tversky and Daniel Kahneman illustrated this with the famous Linda problem. Participants read a description of Linda, socially conscious, outspoken, concerned with discrimination. Then they were asked whether it was more probable that she was a bank teller or be a bank teller active in the feminist movement. Despite the math saying option, but E must be less probable. It's a narrower category. Most chose it because the description fit their stereotype. Representativeness overrode probability. Daily life is full of these missteps. People assume a tall man must play basketball, or that someone wearing glasses must be studious. Gamblers think a roulette wheel that's landed black 5 times in a row is due for red because alternating feels more representative of randomness. Investors chase startups that look like past successes, ignoring statistical odds. The brain loves neat categories and resists the messiness of true probability. Humor appears in the silly leaps people make. Someone sees a person with a guitar case and instantly assumes rock star, not amateur, or mistakes a neatly dressed stranger for a CEO when they're just waiting for the bus. It's funny because everyone knows how flimsy the assumptions are and how confidently they're made anyway. The representativeness heuristic saves time, but at the cost of accuracy. Recognizing when judgments are based on fit rather than actual evidence can prevent embarrassing errors or expensive ones. Base rate neglect. We ignore how common things actually are. Closely tied to representativeness is base rate neglect, the tendency to overlook statistical reality. When vivid specifics are present, people fixate on colorful details and ignore the broader odds. If told a quiet, bookish person is in a group of 1,000 people that includes 995 truck drivers and 5 librarians, many will guess librarian because the description fits. Forgetting the base rates make truck driver overwhelmingly more likely. This neglect surfaces everywhere. Investors hear a compelling story about a startup founder and ignore the brutal statistic that most new businesses fail. Patients worry more about dramatic rare diseases than the common ones they're statistically more likely to face. Hiring managers get swayed by quirky resumes instead of base success rates for similar candidates. The mind finds numbers dry and details juicy, so details win. Media amplifies this bias. A vivid story about one shark attack makes people fear swimming, while statistics showing car accidents are thousands of times more common, barely register. A single lottery winner on TV convinces millions to buy tickets, brushing aside the astronomical odds. Stories seduce. Base rates bore. Humor shows up when the mismatch is obvious. People will buy crystals to ward off a 1 in a million chance of bad luck, while cheerfully ignoring the 1 in 3 chance of heart disease. Or they'll obsess over being struck by lightning while eating bacon cheeseburgers daily. The details grip them. The numbers fade. The antidote to base rate neglect is deliberately asking, what are the odds really? It requires zooming out from the vivid case to the broader field. It's not that stories and details are useless. They make life human. But without base rates, judgment is skewed. The bias reveals how people prefer narrative over numbers, even when the numbers matter most. Conjunction fallacy. Detailed stories feel likelier than simple ones. When people hear a rich, vivid description, they often assume it's more probable than a simpler, broader one, even when the math says otherwise. This is the conjunction fallacy, the error of believing that two conditions together are more likely than one condition alone. The infamous Linda problem, posed by Tversky and Kahneman, illustrates it perfectly. Participants read about Linda, a bright young woman, deeply concerned with social justice. Asked which is more likely, that she's a bank teller, or that she's a bank teller and active in the feminist movement, many chose the second. But logically, the combination cannot be more probable than the single category. The vivid story seduced logic into error. Everyday judgments fall into this trap all the time. People assume a suspicious stranger in a dark alley is more likely to be a mugger who needs money for drugs than simply a mugger because the story feels more representative. Or they assume a charismatic politician who rails against corruption is honest and effective, when simply effective is statistically more likely. The richness of detail tricks the brain into equating plausibility with probability. Marketers use this bias with layered labels. A cereal isn't just healthy, it's organic, whole grain, heart-friendly, and gluten-free. Each layer feels reassuring, but the more conditions stacked, the less statistically likely they are to all apply. Consumers, however, nod along, convinced by the story. Humor creeps in when people overspecify. He's not just late, he's late because aliens abducted him on the way here. Technically less probable, but somehow more amusingly believable to the storyteller. The conjunction fallacy thrives on the fact that people love stories, not statistics. Gambler's fallacy. Past coin flips seem to balance the next one. Imagine flipping a fair coin and seeing heads 5 times in a row. Many people will confidently predict tails next, convinced the coin is due. This is the gambler's fallacy. The mistaken belief that independent random events balance out in the short term. In reality, the odds of heads or tails remain 50/50ths each flip, no matter the streak. But the human brain craves patterns, and long streaks look suspicious. Casinos thrive on this error. Roulette players pile bets on red after a string of blacks, or avoid slot machines that have paid out recently, as though the wheel or machine remembers. The fallacy turns randomness into imagined fairness, convincing players that losses guarantee wins any time now. Daily life reflects the same bias. Students expect good grades to balance out after a bad test. Sports fans assume a losing team is bound to win soon, ignoring that future games depend on skill, not cosmic fairness. Even weather predictions get tangled. After weeks of rain, people assume sunshine is imminent, as though clouds track fairness points. Humor often pops up at casinos. Gamblers pat machines, muttering, "You owe me," as if the slot has a moral ledger, or friends joking that after eating junk food all week, they're due for weight loss. The fallacy isn't logical, but it's deeply relatable. The gambler's fallacy shows how uncomfortable humans are with randomness. People expect short-term balance, where only long-term probability applies. Recognizing this can save wallets, nerves, and expectations. A coin has no memory, dice have no conscience, and the roulette wheel doesn't care how many blacks have spun. It's not due, it's just random. Hot hand fallacy. Streaks feel self-propelling, even in randomness. If the gambler's fallacy assumes streaks must end, the hot hand fallacy assumes they'll continue. A basketball player hits 3 shots in a row, and fans believe the fourth is more likely to go in because they're on fire. A gambler wins a few rounds and feels unstoppable. The hot hand fallacy is the illusion that success begets success in purely random sequences. Originally studied in basketball, researchers found that players and fans consistently believed shooters had hot hands, even though their odds of making the next shot weren't significantly higher. Later analyses showed there can be streaks in performance, but the bias exaggerates them. Humans see momentum where randomness rules. Sports are saturated with this. Coaches feed the ball to a player whose hot fans cheer harder, and players themselves feel boosted. The belief creates behavioral changes, sometimes improving confidence, sometimes leading to bad decisions. In gambling, it's more dangerous. A winning streak convinces players to raise bets, recklessly, as though the dice are rewarding them personally. Everyday life mirrors the fallacy. A student who aces a few tests assumes they're on a roll and coasts on overconfidence. A friend who tells 3 good jokes in a row tries a 4th, only to bomb spectacularly. The illusion of momentum drives choices beyond evidence. Humor sneaks in when streaks collapse. A player drains 3 shots, struts with swagger, and then airballs the 4th. A gambler boasts about being hot just before losing it all. The hot hand fallacy builds drama, sometimes triumphant, often comically humbling. The psychology comes from the brain's hunger for patterns. Randomness feels unsatisfying. Continuity feels natural. The hot hand fallacy offers a comforting story. Success isn't luck, it's destiny. But in reality, dice, coins, and roulette wheels don't care about your streak. Awareness tempers the bias. Streaks happen, but they're often noise mistaken for signal. Celebrating momentum is fine, but betting on it is another story. The hot hand may feel real, but randomness doesn't keep score. Regression neglect. Extremes drift toward average. We credit blame causes when something extraordinary happens, an unusually high score, a freak accident, a once-in-a-lifetime performance. People instinctively look for explanations. A star student must have studied harder. An athlete must have found their groove. A slump must mean someone's lost their touch. What gets overlooked is the simple math of regression to the mean. Extreme events are usually followed by less extreme ones, not because anything magical changed, but because averages pull them back. Regression neglect is the mistake of attributing that drift to causes instead of statistics. Psychologists highlight this with sports. A rookie scores an unbelievable number of points in their debut game. Fans and analysts hype them as the next legend, but in later games, their numbers settle closer to average. People conclude they've lost focus or confidence, when in truth, their performance just regressed naturally. The opposite happens too. A slump, 1 week is fixed, the next and coaches congratulate their pep talks, when in reality, scores just drifted back toward the player's norm. Education provides similar illusions. A teacher might scold students after poor test results, then see improvement on the next test, and credit their tough love, or they might lavish praise after great results, only to see scores dip and assume the students slacked. In both cases, averages, not interventions, explain much of the change. Everyday life offers smaller versions. People who experience unusually bad luck, say 3 flat tires in a month, expect disaster to keep rolling. When the following month is uneventful, they thank a new routine, a good luck charm, or fate itself. In reality, the streak was bound to level off. Regression to the mean isn't intuitive. Humans crave causes, not statistics. Humor appears in how often regression gets credited to superstition. A baseball player wears lucky socks during a hot streak, then credits the socks for their performance. When the streak fades, they retire the socks dramatically, convinced the magic wore off. The average was always waiting. Socks or no socks. Awareness of regression neglect helps avoid overreacting. Exceptional highs and lows often self-correct without intervention. Recognizing that can temper misplaced blame and false credit. Not every fluctuation has a story. Sometimes, it's just the math pulling things back to normal. Law of small numbers. Tiny samples mislead yet feel convincing. People love drawing big conclusions from small bits of data. 2 bad meals at a restaurant convince someone the place is terrible, ignoring hundreds of satisfied diners. A cluster of illnesses in a town sparks fears of a local curse. This is the law of small numbers. The mistaken belief that small samples accurately reflect larger patterns. Tversky and Kahneman coined the phrase while showing how even statisticians fell prey to this error. Humans expect small samples to behave like large ones, with averages, spreads, and patterns matching neatly. But randomness in small numbers is lumpy. Flip a coin 5 times, and you might get 4 heads. Flip it 1,000 times, and the balance settles near 50/50ths. People forget this, treating small samples as proof of larger truths. Everyday examples abound. Parents panic when a tiny school reports several cases of flu, assuming the outbreak is worse than it is. Investors chase or dump stocks based on a few months of data. Politicians cite one poll as evidence of sweeping opinion. Humans crave certainty, and small numbers feel persuasive because they're vivid and easy to grasp. Marketers exploit this bias with testimonials. 3 out of 4 dentists recommend, or 9 out of 10 customers love this product. The small sample is enough to persuade, even if it doesn't reflect the larger population. Advertisers know the vividness of a handful of voices outweighs the dullness of large-scale statistics. Humor sneaks in with how people lean on flimsy samples. Someone insists, "Everyone I know is talking about this show," forgetting their sample size is 3 friends. Or they claim, "Nobody uses that app anymore," based solely on their cousin's phone. The confidence is funny because the data is paper thin. The law of small numbers teaches that randomness is noisy. Small samples mislead, not because people are foolish, but because the mind expects order everywhere. Awareness means pausing before drawing big conclusions from little piles of data, and remembering that anecdotes, however vivid, aren't the whole picture. Survivorship bias. We learn from visible winners. Ignore failed cases. History books and business blogs brim with lessons from success stories. How geniuses, innovators, and entrepreneurs triumphed. What's missing are the countless failures that disappeared quietly. This selective visibility is survivorship bias, the error of focusing on winners while ignoring those who didn't make it, leading to skewed lessons and inflated optimism. World War II offers a famous example. Analysts studied returning bombers to see where they were most often hit, planning to reinforce those spots. Statistician Abraham Wald pointed out the flaw. The planes being studied were the survivors. The bullet holes showed where a plane could take damage and still return. The real vulnerability lay in the places without bullet holes. Those were the hits that doomed planes never made it back to display. Survivorship bias had blinded the analysis. In business, the bias appears in endless books about successful CEOs or startups. We celebrate the quirky habits of billionaires as though those habits explain success. Meanwhile, countless failed entrepreneurs with the same habits vanish from view. The winners are studied because they're visible. The failures vanish into silence. Everyday life reflects the bias too. Gym goers admire the routines of fitness influencers, forgetting the thousands who followed the same regimens without dramatic results. People admire couples married for 50 years, assuming their secret guarantees success, overlooking those who quietly divorced. Survivorship turns visible stories into skewed lessons. Humor emerges in mocking success formulas. Wear the same turtleneck as Steve Jobs, and voila, you're an innovator. Copy a millionaire's morning smoothie recipe, and surely wealth will follow. People laugh because the missing data, the failures, would spoil the narrative. The psychology of survivorship bias is simple. Human attention naturally gravitates toward what's visible, but visibility is not representativeness. Without the unseen failures, conclusions are distorted. Awareness helps by reframing questions. Instead of asking, "What do winners do?" ask, "What do both winners and losers do?" The overlap often reveals that the so-called secret sauce is just noise. Recognizing survivorship bias brings humility and keeps us from believing that one person's bullet-riddled bomber tells the whole story. Sunk cost escalation. Throwing good money after bad to justify the past. Once people invest time, money, or effort into something, they find it hard to walk away, even when evidence screams they should. This is sunk cost escalation, the bias that keeps people pouring resources into failing ventures, all to avoid admitting that the original investment is gone. Rationally, sunk costs should be irrelevant. The past is unrecoverable, but psychologically, abandoning them feels like loss, and humans hate losses. Classic studies show this bias in action. When participants were given 2 movie tickets, but could only attend one screening, they often chose the ticket they paid more for, even if they preferred the other movie. The higher sunk price distorted judgment, as if throwing away that cost would be more painful than wasting time in a less enjoyable film. Real life provides endless examples. Businesses keep funding doomed projects because they've already invested too much to quit now. Gamblers chase losses, convinced another bet will make the earlier ones worth it. People stay in bad relationships because we've been together for years, as if time already spent obligates more. Even diners stuff themselves at buffets, eating past fullness because I paid for it. The cost is sunk, but the stomach pays the price. Humor surfaces in everyday stubbornness. A friend keeps watching a terrible TV series just to see how it ends, groaning through each episode. Or someone clings to a glitchy phone because I already bought the accessories. These moments reveal how easy it is to escalate commitment long after logic should have bailed. Awareness helps by reframing. The question isn't, "What have I already spent?" but "What will I gain going forward?" Sunk costs can't be reclaimed, but choices today can prevent further waste. Recognizing the bias is like cutting the rope to a sinking anchor. It hurts, but it keeps you from drowning. Reactance. When freedom feels threatened, the forbidden becomes tempting. Tell someone they can't do something, and suddenly they want to do it more. This is reactance. The psychological pushback when perceived freedom is restricted. People may not have cared about the option before, but the moment it's denied, it glows with irresistible appeal. Parents know this well. Ban a teenager from seeing a certain friend, and that friend immediately becomes fascinating. Slap a "do not touch" sign on an object, and suddenly hands itch. Psychologist Jack Brem demonstrated this in the 1960s, showing that when toys were placed behind barriers, children preferred them over identical toys in open reach. The forbidden fruit effect is strong because restriction signals value, even when none existed before. Marketers exploit reactance constantly. Ads for movies rated too controversial for TV or products labeled banned in 5 countries stoke curiosity. Websites use pop-ups, urging, "Don't miss out, act now." By hinting at lost freedom, they trigger the urge to reclaim it by saying yes. Scarcity and urgency lean on similar wires, but reactance focuses on autonomy. The more people feel controlled, the more they resist. Social life is peppered with this bias. Adults resist workplace rules that feel arbitrary, clinging to "my choice," even at personal cost. Friends push back against unsolicited advice, not because the advice is wrong, but because the suggestion feels like pressure. Couples bicker over small freedoms. "Don't tell me what to eat" turns dinner into a battle for autonomy. Humor often pops up here. Someone ignores a boring book until it's banned in a school district. Then suddenly, it's the hottest must-read. Or a sign says, "Wet paint, don't touch," and dozens of fingerprints appear anyway. People laugh because they know they've done the same thing. the forbidden beckons irresistibly. Reactance shows that humans value freedom not just as a right, but as a psychological need. Threaten it, and even indifferent options gain magnetism. Awareness helps by reframing restrictions as choices instead of "I can't," "think I choose not to." That subtle shift restores autonomy and lowers the compulsion to rebel. Confirmation bias. We chase support, dodge contradiction. Once people form a belief, they don't seek balance, they seek validation. This is confirmation bias, the tendency to notice, recall, and favor evidence that supports existing views while ignoring or discounting conflicting information. The mind doesn't act like a fair judge. It acts like a defense attorney, building a case for what it already believes. Classic studies show this bias in action. In one experiment, participants were asked to test whether a rule applied to a sequence of numbers. Instead of trying to disprove their guesses, most tested only examples that would confirm them. Similarly, in political psychology, people preferentially consumed news and arguments that supported their ideologies, while dismissing or avoiding opposing ones. Daily life overflows with confirmation bias. Someone who believes a certain food is unhealthy will notice every negative headline while ignoring positive studies. A fan convinced of a team's greatness will spotlight every win while downplaying losses. In relationships, people interpret ambiguous actions, like a partner being quiet, as confirming what they already suspect, either thoughtfulness or neglect, depending on the lens. Marketers and media feed this tendency. Algorithms on social media amplify content that aligns with a user's views, keeping them engaged, but also reinforcing bubbles. Ads target people like you with messages designed to confirm identity and preference. This feels comfortable, like reality itself agrees, but it narrows perspective. Humor sneaks in when bias is obvious. A friend who swears Mercury retrograde explains every tech glitch as cosmic sabotage, ignoring the 99 times devices worked fine. Or someone insists they're always unlucky, remembering only missed buses while forgetting the ones they caught on time. The cherry picking is funny when seen from the outside, less so when trapped inside it. The psychology is simple. Contradiction creates discomfort. To protect self-image and reduce cognitive dissonance, the brain filters the world in a way that maintains coherence. But this comfort has costs. It blinds people to evidence that could broaden understanding or correct mistakes. Awareness helps by deliberately seeking disconfirming evidence. Asking, "What would prove me wrong?" opens space for more balanced thinking. It's not natural, but it's necessary for better judgment. Without it, people risk living in echo chambers, mistaking agreement for truth. Belief perseverance. Convictions stick, even after debunking. Once people form a belief, it's like wet cement that quickly hardens, even when fresh evidence proves it wrong. The belief doesn't crumble easily. This is belief perseverance. The stubborn tendency to cling to initial convictions, despite clear contradictions. The facts may change, but the story in the mind remains the same. Psychologists demonstrated this in studies where participants were given information supporting a conclusion, say that certain firefighters are risk takers and others cautious. Later, they were told the evidence was fabricated. Even after the correction, participants continued to believe and explain behavior using the false pattern. The original story had planted roots too deep to pull up. In everyday life, this happens constantly. Someone convinced a food is unhealthy will keep avoiding it, even after studies show the opposite. A rumor about a celebrity lingers in public opinion, even after it's disproven. First impressions of people, neighborhoods, or products often resist correction, shaping attitudes long after the facts have shifted. Belief perseverance thrives online, where misinformation spreads faster than corrections. Even when retractions appear, the original falsehood lingers because it was processed first. The brain treats the correction as background noise, and the initial claim as the headline. This is why myths, like humans only use 10% of their brains, stick despite repeated debunkings. Humor peeks through when people stubbornly defend disproven trivia. Someone insists carrots drastically improve night vision because they heard it once as a child. Or they claim swallowed gum stays in your stomach for 7 years, shaking their head at anyone who disagrees. These falsehoods endure like old family heirlooms, wrong but cherished. The psychology is tied to self-consistency. Letting go of a belief feels like admitting foolishness, so the mind resists. The belief also often becomes part of identity, making corrections feel like personal attacks. That's why persuasion rarely works by fact alone. It requires reshaping the frame around beliefs rather than bulldozing them directly. Awareness helps by encouraging humility, holding beliefs lightly and asking, what evidence would change my mind? It's not easy. Belief perseverance is sticky by design, but it allows room for growth instead of cementing outdated convictions. Backfire effect. Strong counter-evidence can harden prior beliefs. Sometimes, presenting clear evidence against someone's belief doesn't weaken it, it makes it stronger. This is the backfire effect. When people double down after being confronted with disconfirming information, instead of persuasion, the correction sparks defensiveness, reinforcing the very belief it sought to dismantle. Researchers studied this in political contexts. Participants shown corrections to false claims about policies often didn't change their views. Some became even more entrenched. The counter-evidence threatened identity, so they defended it harder, cherry-picking details to fit their worldview. Facts weren't fighting falsehoods, they were fueling resistance. Everyday life offers milder examples. A friend convinced of a health fad reacts angrily to studies disproving it, clinging even tighter to their routine. Someone warned their favorite conspiracy theory is baseless, interprets the warning as proof of a cover-up. The more evidence piles up, the more convinced they become that they're right. Marketers sometimes stumble into the backfire effect when attacking competitors. A harsh "don't buy brand X" campaign can make loyalists cling even harder to brand X, interpreting the attack as evidence of its superiority. Parents also know this well. Telling a teenager, "absolutely do not see that movie," often guarantees the teenager will see it, convinced it must be worth rebelling over. Humor appears when doubling down becomes absurd. Someone insists, "I never make mistakes," and when corrected, says, "Well, that's the one mistake I meant to make." Or a friend caught misquoting a fact argues, "That's just my version of the truth." The stubbornness is funny because it's familiar. We've all bristled when challenged, even on minor points. The backfire effect shows how belief and identity intertwine. Evidence isn't just data, it's a social and emotional threat. Effective persuasion often works better by affirming identity first, then gently reframing beliefs, rather than hammering with facts. Cognitive dissonance. We rewrite stories to ease inner conflict. When actions and beliefs collide, humans don't always change their actions. They often change their beliefs. This mental rewiring is cognitive dissonance, the discomfort of holding conflicting ideas, relieved by adjusting attitudes to match behavior. Instead of admitting inconsistency, the brain smooths over the gap with new stories. Leon Festinger's famous study in the 1950s highlighted this. Participants performed a boring task, then were paid either $1 or $20 to tell the next participant it was enjoyable. Those paid $20 could justify the lie easily. It was for the money. But those paid only $1 had little justification, so they convinced themselves the task wasn't so bad after all. Their beliefs shifted to reduce the dissonance between lying and seeing themselves as honest. Daily life overflows with these rewrites. A smoker knows cigarettes are unhealthy, but reframes the habit as stress relief. Someone who buys an expensive gadget they rarely use convinces themselves it's an investment. After standing in line for hours at a disappointing event, people insist it was worth it because admitting otherwise would make the wasted time unbearable. Humor often surfaces in these self-justifications. A person eats half a cake, then insists it doesn't count because it was someone else's birthday, or they rationalize buying shoes by claiming They were basically free. I saved so much with the discount. The comedy lies in watching people bend logic into pretzels just to stay consistent with themselves. The psychology here is about harmony. Humans crave a coherent self-image, and dissonance threatens it. Rather than accept contradiction, the brain edits the script. Sometimes that's useful, helping people stick with commitments, but it can also lock them into bad habits or flawed choices. Awareness of cognitive dissonance helps people catch their own rationalizations, asking, am I changing my belief to fit my action, or should I change my action to fit my belief? Can stop the mental gymnastics. The discomfort of dissonance, though unpleasant, is also a chance for growth. If people resist the urge to simply rewrite the story, overconfidence effect. Certainty outruns accuracy. Ask people how sure they are about their answers, and you'll often find confidence levels soaring far above actual accuracy. This is the overconfidence effect. The bias, where people's certainty in their judgments, predictions, or knowledge exceeds reality. It's the mental habit of saying, I'm 90% sure, and being right only 60% of the time. Psychologists reveal this gap through calibration studies. Participants answer trivia questions and then rate how confident they are. When confidence is plotted against accuracy, the numbers don't line up. People routinely overestimate themselves. A participant might swear they're absolutely certain. Mount Everest is 30,000 feet tall, only to be off by thousands of feet. The certainty feels real, but certainty and correctness aren't the same thing. Daily life illustrates this bias constantly. Investors feel sure about picking winning stocks, only to be humbled by market swings. Drivers rate themselves as above average, which is mathematically impossible for most of them to be. Students walk out of exams, convinced they nailed every question, then blanch at their grades. Confidence is seductive because it feels like control. The effect grows stronger in complex, uncertain situations. The less people know, the more room their confidence has to stretch unchecked. This makes overconfidence particularly dangerous in areas like finance, politics, or health, fields where experts themselves tread cautiously. The illusion of certainty can lead to reckless risks, bad planning, and stubborn refusal to reconsider. Humor arises in everyday stumbles. Someone insists they know exactly how to get to the party, confidently leads the group, and ends up at the wrong address. Or a friend assembles furniture without instructions, certain they've got it right, only to discover extra screws the size of small planets. The laughter comes not just from the mistake, but from the sheer certainty that preceded it. The overconfidence effect isn't always bad. Confidence can inspire action, motivate teams, and make leaders seem decisive. The danger comes when confidence blinds people to doubt, shutting out corrective feedback. Awareness helps by encouraging calibration, checking whether confidence matches actual accuracy over time. Experts who continually test themselves against outcomes tend to shrink the gap. Ultimately, overconfidence reminds us that the line between self-assurance and self-deception is thin. Certainty feels comforting, but humility protects against its risks. After all, it's not the errors that sting most. It's the ones people were so sure they wouldn't make. Dunning-Kruger, the least skilled overrate. Experts see nuance. The Dunning-Kruger effect is overconfidence with a twist. People with the least competence in a domain tend to overestimate their abilities dramatically, while those with expertise often underestimate themselves. The novices don't know enough to recognize their gaps, while the experts know so much that they see the complexity and doubt themselves. The result is a paradox. The loudest confidence sometimes comes from the least qualified. Psychologists David Dunning and Justin Kruger uncovered this in studies where participants completed logic, grammar, or humor tests. Those who scored in the lowest quartile rated their performance much higher than reality, while high scorers rated themselves only modestly above average. Ignorance, it turned out, wasn't bliss. It was self-delusion. Daily life is full of this irony. A novice chess player boasts about nearly beating an expert because they made it 20 moves in. Someone who just started cooking proclaims they could open a restaurant after mastering scrambled eggs. Meanwhile, true experts hesitate to call themselves skilled, humbled by the depth of what they don't know. This gap creates a peculiar world where confidence and competence often misalign. Modern culture amplifies the effect. Social media gives platforms to self-proclaimed gurus who oversimplify complex topics, gaining followers through certainty. Experts, meanwhile, hedge their words carefully, acknowledging nuance, only to sound less convincing than the bold novice. The irony is painful. The public often listens to the confident voice rather than the accurate one. Humor shines here because the effect is so easy to spot in others. Everyone knows a friend who confidently explains how to fix the economy at a barbecue, or the coworker who insists they could run the company better than management after a week on the job. The comic part is how earnestly they believe it, blind to their blind spots. Awareness of Dunning-Kruger encourages humility. The more you learn, the more you realize what you don't know. Experts can remind themselves that self-doubt often signals deeper understanding, not weakness. Novices, meanwhile, benefit from asking more questions and recognizing that confidence isn't proof of correctness. At its heart, the effect is a lesson in humility. Knowledge is not only about knowing things, but also knowing the limits of one's knowledge. Those who underestimate themselves may be wiser than they think, while those who boast may be standing on very shaky ground. Optimism bias. Good outcomes feel likelier for us than others. Most people expect the future to treat them more kindly than statistics suggest. They believe accidents, illnesses, or failures are less likely to happen to them, while success and happiness are more likely. This is optimism bias, the sunny skew that tilts probabilities in our favor, at least in our own heads. Psychologists have demonstrated this by asking people to estimate their chances of experiencing events like divorce, illness, or unemployment. Consistently, people rate their personal risk as lower than average, while rating their chances of positive events, career success, long life, good health, as higher. Everyone can't be above average, but optimism bias makes it feel that way. Everyday decisions show this bias everywhere. Drivers believe accidents happen to other people, not themselves. Smokers acknowledge cigarettes cause cancer, but believe they personally won't be the unlucky ones. Entrepreneurs launch businesses, despite grim statistics on failure, convinced their idea will beat the odds. Optimism bias fuels risk-taking, persistence, and sometimes denial. Marketers happily reinforce it. Fitness ads promise, "This could be you," transformations, while lotteries dangle smiling winners, as if every ticket has a shot. Politicians sell visions of prosperity that feel personally attainable to voters. The optimism bias makes hopeful messages stick, even when math disagrees. Humor comes when optimism collides with reality. Someone confidently says, "This won't take long," before a 4-hour ordeal assembling furniture, or swears, "I never get sick," just before catching the office flu. Friends tease each other with lines like, "Famous last words." Optimism bias makes us endearingly overconfident about tomorrow's ease. The bias isn't all bad. It boosts motivation, resilience, and ambition. Believing the future will be brighter encourages people to strive, even when the odds are daunting. Without optimism, society might stall, but unchecked, it blinds people to risks, leaving them unprepared when reality bites. Awareness tempers the glow, asking, "What are the actual odds?" Balances hope with preparation. Optimism bias shows that hope is a powerful engine, but it runs best when paired with realistic breaks. Planning fallacy. We underestimate time, cost, and complexity. Ask someone how long a project will take, and the odds are high they'll give an estimate that's far too optimistic. This is the planning fallacy. The tendency to underestimate the resources, time, and obstacles needed to complete a task. People imagine best-case scenarios, forgetting delays, distractions, or Murphy's Law lurking around the corner. Psychologists Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky coined the term after noticing how often predictions went awry. Students asked to estimate how long assignments would take, gave cheerful deadlines, and then missed them, even when they had done similar tasks before. The bias isn't ignorance, it's overconfidence, plus selective memory. People remember successes more than struggles, so they picture smooth sailing instead of stormy seas. Everyday life offers endless examples. Home renovations always take a few weeks, until they drag on for months. Book authors imagine finishing in a year, only to watch deadlines creep. Commuters optimistically assume traffic won't be too bad, despite years of experience suggesting otherwise. Even governments and corporations fall prey. Public works projects famously run over budget and past deadlines, from bridges to Olympic stadiums. Humor bubbles up in how universal the fallacy is. People announce they'll just pop into the store for 10 minutes and emerge an hour later, or promise, "I'll be ready in 5, which friends know really means 20. The joke works because everyone has underestimated themselves, even in the simplest routines. The planning fallacy persists because people focus narrowly on their own plans instead of considering the outside view, how long similar tasks took others. Awareness helps by zooming out, asking, not just how long do I think this will take, but how long has it taken before? That broader perspective tempers optimism. The fallacy reveals a hopeful streak. People genuinely want to believe things will go smoothly, but hope doesn't pour concrete faster or write chapters quicker. The solution is balancing optimism with realism, budgeting extra time and cost. Otherwise, every project feels like a déjà vu of cheerful underestimates, followed by stressful overruns. Spotlight effect. We think others notice us far more than they do. Walk into a room with a stain on your shirt, and you may feel like 1,000 eyes are burning holes through it. In reality, most people barely notice. This is the spotlight effect, the tendency to overestimate how much others pay attention to us. People assume they're under a giant spotlight, when in truth, most others are too busy worrying about their own spotlights. Psychologists Thomas Gilovich and colleagues tested this by having students wear embarrassing t-shirts, think Barry Manilow's face, into a room of peers. The wearers predicted that about half the group would notice. In reality, only about a quarter did. The anxiety was real, but the attention was far less than imagined. Everyday life reflects this bias constantly. People replay conversations, cringing over a minor slip of words, convinced everyone else noticed. They agonize about a bad haircut or awkward laugh, assuming it's the talk of the room. Meanwhile, others are wrapped in their own worries and barely register. The spotlight burns bright, only in the wearer's imagination. Humor often emerges in hindsight. People laugh at themselves for obsessing over that one typo in an email, only to realize no one cared, or for spending the night at a party, worrying about their outfit, only to hear later, "Wait, you were there?" The spotlight effect makes us stars of our own anxious films, while everyone else is busy with their own scripts. The psychology is rooted in egocentrism. Since people view the world through their own eyes, they overestimate their salience in others' minds. It's not vanity, it's perspective bias. Breaking free requires remembering that attention is scattered, not fixed. Awareness of the spotlight effect can be liberating. Realizing others aren't scrutinizing every move frees people from needless self-consciousness. Ironically, the less someone obsesses about being noticed, the more authentic and comfortable they appear. The truth is, the spotlight is smaller, dimmer, and less crowded than most imagine. Self-serving bias. Wins are skill. Losses are bad luck. When things go well, people credit their own brilliance. When things go poorly, they blame outside forces. This is the self-serving bias, the habit of taking personal credit for success while deflecting failure onto circumstances. It's a subtle ego shield, protecting self-esteem and keeping the story of "I'm competent" intact. Psychologists observe this pattern across domains. Students attribute good grades to hard work and intelligence, while poor grades are blamed on unfair tests or bad professors. Athletes credit victories to training and teamwork, while losses are pinned on referees or weather. The self-serving bias ensures the self always comes out looking good. In everyday life, the bias colors small interactions. Someone arriving early for a meeting congratulates their punctuality. Arriving late, they curse the traffic. A chef praises their skill when dinner tastes great, but blames the oven when it burns. Couples bicker with the bias. "I remembered the anniversary because I care" versus "you forgot because you're careless." Each side narrates events to keep themselves shining. Humor surfaces in the transparency of these excuses. Gamers insist their victories are talent, but every loss is lag. Drivers brag about smooth commutes as proof of skill, but blame every near miss on bad drivers. The self-serving bias is funny because it's universal. Everyone has reached for it at some point. The mechanism ties to self-esteem preservation. By owning successes and externalizing failures, people protect identity and motivation, but unchecked, it can block growth, preventing individuals from learning from mistakes. Awareness tempers the bias by encouraging balanced reflection. Asking, "If someone else did this, how would I explain it?" helps reveal whether credit or blame is being distributed fairly. Humility in success and accountability in failure don't come naturally, but they build stronger judgment. The self-serving bias is proof that humans are natural spin doctors for their own lives. The story always stars us as competent heroes, even when the script clearly shows a stumble. Gaslighting. Distort reality until the target doubts themselves. Gaslighting isn't just lying. It's lying with the goal of eroding someone's grip on reality. The manipulator denies, twists, or contradicts obvious truths so persistently that the target begins to question their own memory, judgment, and sanity. The term comes from the 1944 film Gaslight, where a husband dims the house lamps and insists his wife is imagining it. Today, the concept applies to any tactic where repeated distortion makes people mistrust themselves. In relationships, gaslighting can look like a partner saying, "I never said that," even when the words are remembered vividly, or insisting, "You're overreacting," when the reaction is perfectly reasonable. Over time, the victim begins to doubt their own perceptions, apologizing for things they never did, or clinging to the manipulator's version of events. Workplaces aren't immune. A boss might deny ever approving a project, then scold employees for acting without permission, or subtly rewrite shared history, saying, "That was your idea," when it wasn't, shifting blame or credit as needed. Because authority carries weight, employees may second-guess themselves, slipping into dependence on the boss's narrative. Gaslighting thrives because people naturally want to trust others, especially those close to them. The manipulator exploits that trust, repeating distortions until self-doubt grows. Eventually, the target may feel relief in surrendering their own judgment, relying instead on the manipulator's truth. Humor sometimes gets woven in pop culture references. Friends tease each other. "I never ate your fries, you imagined that," mocking the absurdity of denial when the evidence is clear. But in real contexts, gaslighting corrodes confidence, leaving victims questioning even simple things. Was the lamp really on? Did I say that out loud? The defense is awareness and external validation, keeping records, checking with trusted third parties, or simply pausing to remind oneself, "My memory isn't worthless," restores balance. Gaslighting works in the shadows of doubt. Shine a light, and its grip weakens. Love bombing. Overwhelming affection to hook fast, then control. At first glance, love bombing feels intoxicating. Lavish compliments, constant texts, surprise gifts, grand gestures. It's affection on overdrive, designed to sweep someone off their feet. But beneath the glitter lies manipulation. Love bombing floods the target with attention until they're hooked. Then the affection often withdraws, replaced with control, criticism, or conditional approval. Psychologists and relationship experts describe it as a grooming tactic. The bombardment creates an emotional high, making the recipient feel uniquely cherished. They bond quickly, confusing intensity with intimacy. Once attached, the manipulator shifts gears, tightening control. The memory of the bombing phase keeps the target chasing the lost affection, hoping it will return if they comply. This tactic appears in romantic relationships, most famously, but also in friendships, cults, and even marketing. A cult recruiter showers newcomers with praise and community before demanding obedience. Brands woo new customers with huge discounts, free gifts, and welcome bonuses, then quietly shift to stricter terms once loyalty is established. The principle is the same: flood with positives, then leverage the attachment. Everyday humor sometimes plays with the idea. Friends exaggerate kindness. I brought you coffee, folded your laundry, and wrote you a poem, mocking the over-the-top style of love bombing. But when genuine, the tactic's roller coaster leaves targets dizzy, high on affection, low on confusion, desperate to recover the initial magic. The psychology here taps into reinforcement schedules, like intermittent rewards. Sudden bursts of affection, followed by withdrawal, keep people chasing. The affection wasn't random, it was strategic, meant to create dependency. Awareness is protection, recognizing when intensity feels suspiciously fast, or when affection starts to feel transactional, helps distinguish genuine love from manipulation. Healthy bonds grow steadily. Love bombing arrives like fireworks, but fades into smoke. Nagging, backhanded compliments chip confidence and increase pursuit. Nagging is the art of giving a compliment laced with an insult, designed to lower confidence while keeping someone engaged. Think, you're pretty cute for someone who doesn't usually dress up. On the surface it flatters, but beneath it, undermines. The tactic is used to destabilize self-esteem so that approval from the insulter feels more valuable. Dating culture popularized the term, but the dynamic shows up in many contexts. A coworker might say, "That presentation was good, surprisingly good actually." A family member might murmur, "You're smart for someone who didn't go to college." These barbed compliments make recipients second-guess themselves, then crave further reassurance. Psychologists link negging to social dominance strategies. By lowering someone's self-view slightly, the manipulator positions themselves as the arbiter of worth. If the target accepts the frame, they lean harder into seeking approval from the very person who cut them down. It's persuasion through mild sabotage. Humor sometimes blunts the sting. Friends jokingly nag each other with lines like, "You're the least terrible cook I know." But in serious settings, negging corrodes trust. Instead of boosting connection, it breeds dependency. The victim begins to anticipate more digs and adjust behavior to avoid them. The tactic persists because it works. Temporarily, people with shaky confidence can be hooked by the push-pull dynamic, chasing validation to patch the wound the neg created. Marketers even mimic this with slogans that subtly insult, "Don't be the last one without our product." The message undermines before offering a solution. Awareness helps by calling out the frame. If a compliment leaves you feeling worse, it's not really a compliment, it's a tactic. The healthiest response is recognizing the hook and refusing to bite. Confidence thrives on genuine support, not on crumbs tossed by someone holding the bread. Triangulation. Use a third party to provoke jealousy or gain leverage. In relationships and social dynamics, sometimes power isn't applied directly. It's borrowed through a third party. Triangulation is the tactic of pulling someone else into the middle of a conflict or relationship in order to control, manipulate, or destabilize. Instead of saying, "Do what I want," the manipulator hints, "So-and-so agrees with me," or "They don't treat me this way." The third point of the triangle adds pressure, without the manipulator appearing confrontational. Romantic settings often showcase this. A partner might casually mention how much attention they get from others, sparking jealousy and insecurity. "My coworker said, I looked great today. isn't just sharing news, it's a wedge. The target, unsettled by comparison, may work harder to win back favor. Friends do it too. Alex said you were being kind of selfish. The comment reframes the issue as consensus rather than individual complaint, forcing the target to defend themselves against an invisible audience. Workplaces see triangulation in office politics. Instead of addressing a colleague directly, someone runs to a manager, pulling them in as referee, or they casually pit team members against each other by quoting selective comments. Well, Jordan thought your idea was weak. The original speaker may never have said it, but the mention manipulates perceptions, stirring rivalry or self-doubt. Humor peeks out in exaggerated versions. Siblings perfect triangulation by tattling. Mom said you're in trouble if you don't share. Or friends tease each other. Taylor thinks you have a crush, delivered with a grin, to stir playful drama. At light levels, triangulation looks mischievous. At heavy levels, it's corrosive. Psychologically, the tactic works because humans crave approval and fear exclusion. A third party creates the illusion of broader consensus or competition, magnifying pressure. The manipulator leverages insecurity without having to deliver criticism head-on. Awareness is defense. When hearing, they said, it's worth pausing to ask, did they really? Or better, asking the third party directly. Triangulation thrives in the shadows of hearsay. Transparency cuts its strings. Stonewalling. Withdrawal and silence as a pressure tactic. Sometimes the loudest manipulation isn't shouting, it's silence. Stonewalling is the act of withdrawing from communication, shutting down, refusing to engage, or answering with silence to control the dynamic. Rather than resolving conflict, the stonewaller freezes it, leaving the other person desperate, frustrated, or guilty. Relationships often feel this most sharply. A partner goes quiet, mid-argument, arms crossed, eyes averted. Hours or days can pass without conversation. The silent treatment shifts power. The person who wants resolution must bend first. Workplaces see it too. When managers or colleagues ignore emails, forget to schedule meetings, or respond with curt non-answers, silence becomes both message and weapon. The tactic works because humans are wired to seek connection and closure. When someone withdraws, the other feels anxious and responsible, even if they weren't at fault. The pressure to restore communication makes people compromise faster, sometimes giving in just to end the quiet. Humor slips in at smaller scales. Everyone knows the awkward silence when a couple argues in a car with friends present, the radio suddenly very loud, or the classic sitcom gag. One character sulks wordlessly, while the other babbles to fill the void. Played lightly, stonewalling looks comical. In reality, prolonged silence corrodes trust. Psychologists note that stonewalling isn't always malicious. Sometimes it's a defense mechanism. An overwhelmed person shuts down to protect themselves from stress. But when used deliberately, it becomes manipulative. It transforms absence into leverage. Awareness helps by naming the behavior. Saying, I see you're not responding. Can we talk later when you're ready? Shifts control back to balance. Recognizing stonewalling as a tactic prevents falling into the trap of over-apologizing just to break the silence. Darvo. Deny, attack, reverse victim and offender to scramble blame. Darvo is a defense playbook used in conflicts, especially when accusations threaten someone's reputation or control. The acronym stands for deny, attack, reverse victim and offender. Step 1. Deny the behavior outright. Step 2. Attack the accuser's credibility. Step 3. Flip the roles, portraying oneself as the true victim. By the end, the original target is left doubting themselves, painted as the aggressor. The tactic is common in abusive dynamics. A person confronted about harmful behavior insists that never happened. Deny. Then, you're crazy for even suggesting that attack. Finally, why are you persecuting me? I'm the one being hurt here. Reverse victim offender. The accuser, already vulnerable, is now on the defensive. scrambling to justify themselves. Workplaces show Darvo too. An employee called out for misconduct might insist the allegations are lies, then smear the whistleblower as unreliable, finally claiming they are the real victim of bullying. Public scandals echo the same script. Celebrities or leaders accused of wrongdoing sometimes pivot to attacking the press and portraying themselves as unfairly targeted. Humor is harder here, but parody helps soften it. Friends jokingly pull a mini Darvo. "I didn't eat your fries. And even if I did, why are you always attacking me? You're the one being selfish." The absurdity shows how the tactic works, shifting blame until reality feels upside down. Psychologically, Darvo is effective because it destabilizes the accuser. Humans want fairness, but Darvo muddies the moral waters so much that victims often retreat in confusion. The reversal also rallies outside sympathizers, who may side with the loudest claim of victimhood. Awareness is critical. Recognizing the pattern allows targets to step back and hold on to the original truth. Documentation, support systems, and calm persistence are antidotes. Darvo thrives on emotional chaos. Clarity and external validation break its grip. Foot in the mouth. Light chat, how's your day? Nudges helpful behavior. Sometimes persuasion doesn't begin with a sales pitch or a plea. It begins with small talk. The foot in the mouth technique works by starting with a simple, friendly question like "How are you doing today?" or "How's your morning going?" Once the other person responds, even casually, they're more likely to comply with a later request. The initial exchange sets up a micro-commitment to politeness and goodwill, which people are reluctant to contradict by saying no. Psychologist John Howard and colleagues tested this in field studies. Solicitors who began with a warm personal greeting and asked about well-being had significantly higher success rates in gaining donations. The effect wasn't about the content of the small talk. It was about nudging people into a cooperative social mindset before making the ask. You see it everywhere. Fundraisers at your door don't jump straight to, "Will you donate?" They start with, "Beautiful day, isn't it?" Retail clerks chat about your weekend before steering you toward a sale. Even customer service reps soften you up with, "How are you today?" before explaining why your warranty doesn't cover the problem. The conversation's friendliness lubricates compliance. Humor sneaks in when people spot the pattern. We all know the "How are you?" from a telemarketer isn't heartfelt concern, yet somehow politeness kicks in, and we answer anyway, paving the road for their pitch. It's funny because we recognize we're participating in the setup, even as it works. The mechanism here ties to consistency and social norms. Once you present yourself as friendly and cooperative in the small talk phase, rejecting the next request feels inconsistent with that identity. The manipulator doesn't need deep psychological leverage. Just a quick, "How's it going?" can wedge their foot in the conversational door. Awareness restores control. You can enjoy small talk while recognizing when it's a setup for persuasion. Saying no doesn't mean being rude. It just means separating friendliness from obligation. The foot in the mouth is gentle, but once you see it, you'll spot it in every chipper voice asking how your day is going. Similarity attraction. Shared traits soften skepticism and speed trust. "Hey, you're from Chicago too?" That moment of shared identity instantly warms the conversation. This is similarity attraction, the tendency to like, trust, and agree with people who seem similar to us in background, values, habits, or even superficial traits. The common ground feels like a shortcut to rapport, lowering defenses and increasing persuasion. Psychologists have tested this repeatedly. In one experiment, people were more likely to comply with requests when the solicitor shared their first name or birthday. Even trivial similarities boosted trust. Another study found that salespeople who subtly mirrored customers' speech or posture closed more deals. Imitation created unconscious liking. In daily life, the bias is obvious. People gravitate toward coworkers who attended the same school, bond with strangers, wearing the same sports jersey, or trust people who share their hobbies. Even dating apps lean heavily on this principle, highlighting compatibility based on shared traits. The message is simple: they're like you, so they're safe. Marketers deploy similarity cues constantly. Ads show people like you using a product, or influencers who share demographics with target audiences. Political campaigns emphasize common backgrounds between candidates and voters. Just a small-town kid who worked hard to spark identification. The similarity doesn't guarantee competence, but it greases trust. Humor often shows up in trivial overlaps. People get absurdly excited to discover they share a birthday with a celebrity, as if the alignment makes them soulmates. Or coworkers bond over the same brand of pen, suddenly feeling kinship. The silliness highlights how small cues can spark disproportionate affection. Psychologically, similarity signals familiarity, which the brain interprets as safety. Shared traits reduce uncertainty and build a sense of in-group. The danger is that similarity can blind people to flaws, making them trust too easily. A scammer who just happens to root for the same sports team can slip past suspicion. Awareness helps by separating genuine rapport from engineered cues. Liking someone doesn't always mean they're trustworthy. It might just mean they reminded you of yourself. Similarity warms interactions, but true trust requires more than matching jerseys. Gish Gallop. Overwhelm with rapid claims faster than they can be checked. The Gish Gallop is less a conversation than a flood. It's the rhetorical tactic of overwhelming an opponent with a barrage of arguments, claims, or statistics. So many that it's impossible to refute them all in real time. Named after creationist debater Duane Gish, who used the method to swamp opponents with dozens of half-truths and dubious claims. The technique exploits a simple asymmetry. It's quicker to make a claim than to debunk one. Debates and online arguments are fertile ground for this. Someone spews a long list of facts, half cherry-picked, half misleading, and challenges others to respond. Refuting each one takes research and time, while the flood rolls on. The result isn't clarity, but exhaustion, leaving audiences with the impression that the galloper won by sheer volume. Politicians sometimes gallop in speeches, tossing out numbers and accusations in rapid succession. Media personalities may do it too, firing off claims so quickly that viewers can't evaluate them. The goal isn't accuracy, it's dominance. The flood creates the illusion of overwhelming evidence, even when most of it collapses under scrutiny. Everyday versions crop up in arguments with friends or family. Someone insists, "You're always late, you never call, you forgot my birthday, and you left the dishes last week." The avalanche overwhelms, even if each claim is shaky. By the time you've crafted a defense for one, 3 more have landed. Humor sneaks in when the tactic is exaggerated. Picture a child begging for dessert. "But I cleaned my room. You promised yesterday. I've been good all week. It's Friday. You like ice cream. And did you know sugar helps energy?" The flurry is so fast it's comical, but the structure is pure. Gish Gallop. The psychology here exploits cognitive load. Brains can only track so much information at once. Overwhelming that system creates shortcuts. Audiences assume some of the claims must be true if there are so many. The defense is refusing to chase every rabbit. Instead of responding point by point, step back. What's the overall argument here? Are these claims solid or just smoke bombs? Calling out the tactic by name disrupts its force. In the end, the Gish Gallop thrives on speed and noise, not truth. It's less about persuasion and more about performance, winning by exhausting the other side. Whataboutism. Deflect critique by pointing to someone else's flaw. Instead of addressing a criticism directly, some people sidestep with a counterpunch. "Well, what about them?" This maneuver, called whataboutism, shifts attention from the issue at hand to a different and usually unrelated flaw elsewhere. It doesn't solve the problem, it just muddies the waters. The tactic has roots in Cold War politics. When the Soviet Union was criticized for human rights abuses, officials often countered with, What about racism in the United States? The goal wasn't to deny the charge, but to deflect it, suggesting hypocrisy made the critique invalid. The name stuck. But the habit is timeless. It thrives anywhere people prefer deflection over accountability. Everyday life offers constant echoes. A child scolded for not cleaning their room might protest. But what about my brother? His room's worse. In offices, an employee criticized for missing a deadline shrugs. But what about marketing? They're always late. Couples play the game too. You forgot our anniversary. Oh yeah? What about the time you forgot my birthday? Each side dodges blame by pointing elsewhere. Humor often bubbles up here. Friends caught sneaking cookies might retort. What about you eating ice cream last night? Or debates about chores descend into absurd lists of past mistakes, until both sides forget the original point. The comedy lies in the transparent dodge. Everyone knows the tactic doesn't fix the present issue, but the deflection feels satisfying in the moment. Psychologically, whataboutism works because it flips the frame from defense to offense. Instead of explaining their own actions, the accused puts the accuser on trial. It also taps into fairness instincts. If flaws exist elsewhere, it feels unjust to single out one person. But in truth, both sides can be flawed. One flaw doesn't cancel another. Awareness helps by calling the tactic out. We're not talking about them. We're talking about this. Refocusing prevents the conversation from spiraling into endless finger-pointing, because while whataboutism may win a moment of relief, it rarely solves anything. Straw man. Attack a weaker version of the other side's point. When direct arguments feel tough, some people build flimsy replicas of their opponent's stance, then gleefully tear those down. This is the straw man fallacy, misrepresenting an argument in order to attack the weaker version, while sidestepping the real one. It's persuasive in debate, not because it's honest, but because it creates the illusion of winning. Classic examples pop up in politics. If someone argues for modest environmental regulations, opponents might retort, they want to shut down all factories and send us back to the Stone Age. Nobody said that, but the exaggerated caricature is easier to attack. Similarly, someone advocating healthier school lunches gets framed as trying to ban pizza for kids. By setting up a straw man, the real argument stays untouched. In daily life, straw men are common in arguments. A person suggests spending less on eating out, and their partner fires back. So you want us to never enjoy ourselves again. Or a coworker raises concerns about a project, only to be accused of hating new ideas. The real points vanish under distortion. Humor appears when straw men get ridiculous. Friends exaggerate jokingly. You don't like pineapple on pizza, so you're against happiness itself. The absurd leap is funny precisely because it mirrors the illogic of the tactic. The psychology behind straw men taps into efficiency. It's quicker to argue against an oversimplified, exaggerated version of someone's point than to engage with nuance. Audiences, especially in heated debates, may not notice the substitution. The attacker looks victorious, even though they fought a dummy. Awareness matters. Spotting a straw man means pausing to ask, is that really what I said? Keeping arguments grounded in actual positions deflates the tactic. Otherwise, debates devolve into fights with scarecrows, while the real crops burn in the field. Shifting goalposts. After evidence lands, change the standard of proof. Sometimes winning an argument isn't enough, because the rules get rewritten mid-game. Shifting goalposts happens when someone demands proof, gets it, and then insists the proof isn't good enough. The target jumps through hoops, but the hoops keep moving. This happens often in debates over science. A skeptic might demand evidence for climate change. When presented with data, they reply, "That's not sufficient. Show me proof. It's 100% certain." Or someone doubts a medical treatment, asks for studies, then dismisses peer-reviewed research as biased. The bar keeps rising, making the claim effectively impossible to prove. In personal arguments, the tactic shows up as well. A partner asks, "When do you ever help around the house?" When examples are listed, they reply, "Yeah, but that doesn't count." Or a boss asks for metrics to support a proposal, then waves them away, demanding new ones. The moving standards make resolution impossible because the criteria are never fixed. Humor slips in when the shifting is absurd. Someone argues, "I'll believe it when pigs fly." A video of pigs in paragliders surfaces, and they say, "Well, that doesn't count. They weren't flapping." The joke highlights the futility of chasing ever-moving bars. The psychology here ties to motivated reasoning. Shifting goalposts isn't about discovering truth. It's about preserving belief or avoiding concession. By making the standards unreachable, the person never has to admit they were wrong. Awareness helps by recognizing the pattern and calling it out. We agreed on the standard, and now it's changing. Fixing criteria in advance keeps arguments fair. Otherwise, the chase becomes endless, with the proof always 2 steps out of reach. False dilemma. Present 2 options to hide better alternatives. When someone says, "You're either with us or against us," they're engaging in a false dilemma. The illusion that only 2 choices exist, when in reality, the spectrum is much broader. By shrinking the field of possibilities into a tidy either-or, the speaker controls the narrative and pressures others into a forced decision. Politics is rife with this. Leaders frame debates as freedom versus chaos, or growth versus decline, leaving no room for nuanced middle ground. Marketing does it too. A commercial might imply, "Buy our product or keep living miserably." Parents sometimes unconsciously use it with kids. "Eat your vegetables or starve," ignoring less extreme outcomes, like snacks later. Everyday life is cluttered with false dilemmas. In arguments, one partner might say, "Either you care about me or you don't," oversimplifying a complex relationship. A boss might frame a decision as "approve this project" or "risk the company failing" when other solutions exist. The tactic manipulates by stripping away nuance, leaving listeners cornered into picking one of 2 extremes. Humor sneaks in through exaggeration. Friends joke, "Either you love pineapple on pizza or you hate joy." Or someone insists, "You either like cats or you're a villain." The ridiculous oversimplification makes the bias obvious and funny. The psychology here exploits people's discomfort with ambiguity. Faced with limited options, the brain prefers to pick one rather than dig for hidden alternatives. Awareness comes from asking, are these really the only 2 choices? Usually, the answer is no. The world is rarely that binary, even if debates make it sound that way. Poisoning the well. Discredit the source before they speak. Sometimes arguments don't attack ideas, they attack the person about to deliver them. Poisoning the well is the tactic of preemptively undermining someone's credibility, so their message is dismissed before it's heard. The well of discourse is poisoned, and every word that follows is assumed tainted. Politicians wield this constantly. Before a rival speaks, they might declare. Of course, they'll say whatever their donors tell them. Whatever the rival says afterward is filtered through that suspicion. Media outlets sometimes poison wells too, prefacing opponents' views with labels like so-called expert or radical thinker, framing perceptions before content lands. Everyday examples abound. A student introduces a peer by saying, "Don't listen to her, she's always wrong," before she presents her idea. In families, one sibling might sigh, "Here comes Dad with one of his rants," priming others to dismiss the content before it's even shared. Humor appears in casual settings. Friends rib each other with lines like, "Whatever he says next is nonsense." The well is poisoned in jest, but the bias still works. Listeners laugh, but they also lower their expectations. The psychology hinges on anchoring and trust. Once the source is tainted, people evaluate the message through suspicion. The tactic bypasses rational engagement with ideas, substituting credibility attacks for evidence. Awareness means separating the messenger from the message, asking, "Is this argument strong?" regardless of who's saying it. Without that filter, wells stay poisoned long after the words dissolve. Loaded question. Any answer concedes guilt. A loaded question is the rhetorical equivalent of a trapdoor. No matter how you step, you fall in. The question is framed so that any direct answer accepts an assumption, often one that implies guilt. The classic example: have you stopped cheating on your taxes? Answer yes, and you admit to cheating in the past. Answer no, and you confess you're still cheating. Silence feels like admission too. Debates often bristle with loaded questions. A politician may be asked, "Why are you ignoring the needs of the middle class?" The phrasing assumes they are ignoring those needs, forcing them to either accept the premise or look evasive. In courtrooms, lawyers sometimes slide them into cross-examinations to trap witnesses into harmful admissions. Everyday life has its own versions. A parent asks, "Why are you always so lazy?" The word "always" locks in the accusation, and any answer validates it. A partner sighs, "When will you start caring more about this relationship?" A question that assumes neglect is already proven. Humor shows up in playful loaded questions. Friends tease each other with lines like, "So when did you become such a genius?" Or "Why are you the funniest one in the group?" These still work as loaded questions, but the assumption is flattering instead of accusatory. The mechanics are the same. The answerer can't escape the premise. The psychology behind loaded questions rests on framing. Humans feel compelled to answer questions directly, rarely pausing to dissect assumptions baked into them. The best defense is refusing the frame, pointing out the bias or rephrasing. Instead of answering yes or no, you step outside the trapdoor. Loaded questions are reminders that not every query is genuine. Some are arguments disguised as questions, crafted to box people in. Recognizing the tactic keeps you from answering on someone else's terms. Ingratiation compliments. Strategic praise disarms and opens doors. Flattery, when used as a tool, is more than kindness. It's persuasion, dressed as a compliment. Ingratiation is the tactic of using praise, charm, or agreement to increase likability, and in turn, influence. Compliments make people feel valued, lowering defenses, and making them more likely to say yes. Psychologists have studied how even transparent flattery works. In one experiment, participants given insincere compliments about their appearance or personality still reported warmer feelings toward the flatterer. The brain craves positive feedback, and once received, it colors judgment, even when we know it's manipulative. Marketers understand this well. A clothing retailer might say, "You clearly have great taste," nudging customers toward a purchase. Real estate agents sprinkle in, "A savvy buyer like you knows how rare this is." Even waitstaff may ingratiate themselves. "Good choice. That's my favorite dish," making diners feel smart and validated. These small strokes of ego grease the wheels of compliance. Socially, ingratiation thrives too. A coworker flatters a boss before pitching an idea, or friends butter each other up before making requests. Compliments build a temporary bond of goodwill, and denying someone right after they've praised you feels awkward. The tactic relies on reciprocity of affection. "You made me feel good, so I'll treat you kindly." Humor emerges when the tactic is exaggerated. Someone says, "Wow, you're the smartest person I've ever met. Can I borrow $50?" The link between praise and request is so obvious it's funny. Or colleagues roll their eyes at the person who showers compliments whenever deadlines loom. Flattery works best when subtle. When laid on too thick, it becomes comedy. Psychologically, ingratiation works because people want to maintain a positive self-image. Compliments confirm that image, and we reward the source. The risk is that it can be manipulative, creating bonds built on strategy rather than sincerity. Awareness helps by pausing to ask, would this compliment matter if no request followed? Genuine praise builds relationships. Ingratiation builds leverage. The two can look alike, but the difference lies in motive. Choice overload, too many options. Stall action, and reduce satisfaction. Imagine standing in front of a wall of jam jars. Dozens of flavors, from blueberry ginger to pomegranate mango. The abundance feels exciting at first, but soon turns overwhelming. This is choice overload, when having too many options leads to indecision, poorer decisions, or less satisfaction afterward. Psychologists Sheena Iyengar and Mark Lepper famously tested this with jam samples at a grocery store. Shoppers presented with 24 flavors were more likely to stop and taste, but far less likely to actually buy. When offered only 6 flavors, people purchased more often. Too many choices paralyze. In modern life, this effect is everywhere. Streaming platforms drown viewers in thousands of titles, often leading to endless scrolling instead of watching. Online shopping offers infinite variations, making customers abandon carts rather than choose. Dating apps give swipes galore, but users often complain of decision fatigue. Workplaces and schools experience it too. Employees presented with endless benefits packages, or students given overly broad essay topics feel stuck. Even simple daily tasks, like choosing from dozens of toothpaste varieties, sap energy. The abundance looks like freedom, but often breeds stress. Humor appears in familiar struggles. Someone sighs, "There's nothing to watch," while staring at a list of 5,000 shows. Or a person spends half an hour picking dinner only to settle for pizza yet again. The comedy lies in abundance, leading back to the simplest, safest choice. The psychology stems from cognitive load. Each additional option requires evaluation, and the mental effort quickly overwhelms. Worse, once a choice is made, people feel less satisfied, haunted by the alternatives they didn't pick. Abundance creates not just indecision, but regret. Awareness helps by narrowing choices deliberately, setting criteria before browsing, or limiting options to a manageable number. Fewer jars of jam don't just speed up decisions. They make the chosen flavor taste sweeter. Paradox of choice. More freedom can mean more regret. Choice is supposed to equal freedom, and freedom is supposed to equal happiness. Yet too much choice often backfires, creating dissatisfaction and regret. This is the paradox of choice. The idea that while some choice is good, abundant choice can harm well-being. Psychologist Barry Schwartz popularized the concept, showing how modern abundance, endless products, careers, lifestyles, overwhelms people. Instead of joy, it creates anxiety, perfectionism, and second-guessing. With more options, expectations rise. If the outcome isn't perfect, people blame themselves. With all those choices, I should have picked better. Everyday life reveals this paradox. Shopping for jeans becomes a nightmare. Too many cuts, colors, and fits. Instead of feeling liberated, shoppers feel drained. Picking a career path from infinite possibilities leaves people frozen. Dating apps, with endless swipes, foster dissatisfaction. Each match chosen carries the shadow of countless unseen alternatives. Marketers spin this paradox both ways. Some flaunt abundance, over 100 flavors, while others simplify. We only make one model, and it's the best. The latter often wins loyalty because it relieves decision fatigue. Tech companies design curated playlists, meal kits, or subscription boxes that promise to choose for you, packaging simplicity as luxury. Humor finds its way here too. People joke about spending more time scrolling Netflix than watching it, or about standing in a cereal aisle paralyzed until they pick the same brand they always buy. The abundance mocks the idea of freedom. It's all you can choose, and still nothing feels right. The paradox shows that happiness comes not from maximum freedom, but from manageable freedom. A handful of good options creates satisfaction. A flood of possibilities creates doubt. Awareness helps by setting boundaries. Fewer choices, clearer priorities, more peace. Misinformation effect. Later details contaminate memories of events. Human memory feels like a video recorder, but in reality, it's more like a scrapbook, constantly edited with new clippings. The misinformation effect happens when memories of an event are altered after the fact by misleading information. A person recalls not just what they saw, but also what others suggested they saw. blurring the boundary between truth and influence. Psychologist Elizabeth Loftus demonstrated this powerfully in the 1970s. Participants who watched footage of a car accident were later asked leading questions. How fast were the cars going when they smashed into each other versus when they contacted each other? Those who heard smashed reported higher speeds and even remembered seeing broken glass that never appeared in the video. A single word contaminated memory. Everyday life is full of similar distortions. Witnesses to crimes often recall details suggested by police, media, or other witnesses, even if they didn't observe them firsthand. Friends recounting an event together gradually align their stories, adopting each other's embellishments as facts. Even casual conversations can reshape memory. Someone says, "Remember that it rained," and suddenly you remember umbrellas that weren't there. Media accelerates the effect. News outlets broadcasting conflicting details after major events implant false fragments that linger even after corrections. Social media makes it worse. Memes, rumors, and doctored photos seep into collective memory, leaving people convinced of events that never happened. Humor sometimes sneaks in when people argue about shared events. Two friends insist the other misremembers a vacation, each stubbornly clinging to slightly different versions. Or siblings fight over who broke the lamp decades ago. Both convinced the other did it. Memory, instead of an archive, becomes a collaborative fiction. The psychology stems from memory's reconstructive nature. Each recall isn't a retrieval, but a rebuilding, vulnerable to outside suggestions. The more time passes, the more malleable the memory becomes. That's why eyewitness testimony, though dramatic in courtrooms, is notoriously unreliable. Awareness can protect against misinformation by checking sources and recording events early before suggestions creep in. But the truth is sobering. Even strong memories can bend. What feels vivid and certain may be less reliable than we'd like to admit. Outgroup homogeneity. They all seem the same. We are nuanced. People see endless variety in their own group, but flatten outsiders into sameness. This is outgroup homogeneity. The bias, where members of other groups are perceived as more alike than members of one's own. "They're all like that," becomes the refrain, while we are recognized as individuals. Psychologists have studied this through cross-racial identification. Participants often struggled to distinguish faces from racial groups other than their own, while easily recognizing differences within their own group. The effect isn't limited to race. It applies to political parties, schools, sports teams, even workplace departments. Everyday examples abound. Fans of one sports team describe rival fans as indistinguishable hooligans, while seeing rich diversity among their own. Political partisans think the other side marches in lockstep, while believing their side is full of independent thinkers. Teenagers lump adults together as out of touch, while carefully categorizing their own peers into endless subgroups. Marketers sometimes exploit this bias by highlighting in-group variety, while caricaturing competitors. Ads frame their brand's customers as unique and expressive, while painting rival users as boring clones. Politicians do the same, mocking the opposition as a monolithic them. Humor appears when the stereotype crumbles. Someone declares, "All accountants are dull," then meets a rock-climbing accountant with a motorcycle. Or kids assume teachers live at school, only to be shocked seeing them in jeans at the grocery store. The joke lies in how quickly the "they're all the same" illusion collapses under real contact. The psychology here ties to identity. Seeing one's group as varied reinforces individuality and complexity, while simplifying outsiders reduces cognitive load. But it fuels prejudice, misunderstanding, and stereotyping. Awareness comes through exposure. The more contact with outgroups, the more nuanced they appear. Asking, "Would I accept this generalization if it were applied to my group?" helps dismantle the bias. In reality, no group is truly homogeneous. Variety lives everywhere, if we bother to look. Ben Franklin effect. Doing a favor makes us like the recipient more. It sounds backward. Shouldn't we like people more when they do favors for us? Yet psychology says otherwise. The Ben Franklin effect, describes the phenomenon where people who do a favor for someone end up liking them more, not less. The act of helping reshapes self-perception. If I help them, I must like them. The story comes from Franklin himself, who wrote about dealing with a political rival by asking to borrow a rare book. The rival obliged, and after returning it, grew friendlier. Franklin realized that soliciting a favor created goodwill where none existed. Psychologists later confirmed this in experiments. Participants who were asked to do small favors for someone rated that person more positively afterward than those who hadn't been asked. The act of helping rewrote their attitude to align with their behavior. Instead of feeling resentful, they rationalized, "I helped them because I wanted to." Everyday life shows this in friendships. A neighbor who lends tools starts feeling warmer toward the borrower. A coworker who covers a shift ends up valuing the colleague more. Even asking a small favor, like, "Can you watch my bag for a minute?" can increase rapport. The favor flips the dynamic. Help creates liking, rather than liking creating help. Humor slips in when the effect gets stretched. Someone jokes, "If you want people to love you, just keep borrowing their pens forever." Or a friend quips that their popularity comes from constantly needing rides. It's funny because the trick seems absurd, yet the psychology holds. The mechanism ties to cognitive dissonance. People prefer their actions and beliefs to align. If they help someone they thought they disliked, dissonance arises. To resolve it, they adjust their belief. Maybe they like the person after all. Awareness of the Ben Franklin effect can make interactions smoother. Asking for small favors builds bridges, but it works best when genuine, not manipulative. True goodwill grows when favors are mutual, not one-sided. Still, the insight flips intuition. Sometimes the fastest way to win someone over isn't by giving, but by asking. Lab coat effect. The look of expertise boosts compliance. There's something about a crisp white coat, a stethoscope, or even a clipboard that makes people sit up straighter and nod along. The lab coat effect is the tendency to grant authority and trust to someone who looks like an expert, even when credentials are unclear. The outfit itself becomes persuasion, bypassing critical thought. Psychologists tested this with the enclothed cognition experiment. Participants wearing white lab coats performed better on attention tasks when told they were doctor's coats, but not when told they were painter's smocks. The symbolism of the clothing shaped both perception and performance. In other studies, people followed instructions more readily from someone in a lab coat or uniform, even when the instructions were irrelevant or absurd. Marketers lean on this constantly. Toothpaste ads feature actors in lab coats explaining scientifically proven benefits, even when they're not actual dentists. Skincare commercials showcase models in goggles and coats pouring blue liquids into beakers, as if chemistry itself were happening. The costume of science lends credibility that words alone might not. Everyday life shows the same bias. Patients trust doctors more when they're formally dressed. Shoppers gravitate towards sales reps who look professional, even if their advice is no better than casual peers. And in classrooms or meetings, presenters with sleek attire and props are often perceived as more competent than equally skilled, but less packaged colleagues. Humor arises in how easily this can be spoofed. Halloween costumes of sexy scientist or doctor of philosophy in pizza poke fun at how flimsy the signal can be. Friends joke that someone carrying a clipboard instantly looks official, even if they're just jotting a grocery list. The lab coat effect works because humans are visual creatures, swayed by surface cues. Awareness helps by asking, am I persuaded by the person's reasoning or just by their wardrobe? Clothing can signal expertise, but it doesn't create it. The white coat can reflect real authority or just good costume design. Endowment effect. Ownership inflates perceived value. Once people own something, even briefly, they value it more highly than they would otherwise. This is the endowment effect, the psychological bias. where possession itself increases worth. A mug in a store might be worth $5, but once it's yours, selling it back for the same price feels like a loss. Ownership shifts the anchor. Richard Thaler, one of the fathers of behavioral economics, highlighted this in classic experiments. Students given coffee mugs demanded about twice as much to sell them as other students were willing to pay to buy. The mere act of ownership inflated value, even though the mugs were identical. Everyday life confirms this bias. People cling to old furniture they'd never buy at a garage sale, but refuse to part with once it's in their home. Homeowners overprice their houses compared to market value because of the memories attached. Even digital possessions, avatars, playlists, saved games, feel too valuable to abandon, though they cost little or nothing. Marketers exploit the endowment effect through free trials and risk-free guarantees. Once you've personalized software, worn shoes around the house, or driven a car for a weekend, you feel ownership. Returning it feels like loss. Stores also let customers handle products freely, knowing that touch itself creates attachment. Humor shows up in how irrational it can be. Someone treasures a chipped mug because it's their mug, yet scoffs at similar mugs on sale. Or kids fight fiercely over toys they barely noticed until someone else tried to play with them. The comedy lies in seeing how possession alone transforms value. The mechanism ties to loss aversion. Giving up something owned feels like losing, even if the item has little objective worth. Awareness helps by asking, would I pay this same price if I didn't already own it? If the answer is no, the endowment effect is at work. Ownership shapes perception, but value lives in the mind more than in the mug. Priming. Subtle cues. Nudge later judgments and behavior. Human thought doesn't happen in isolation. It's shaped by invisible cues floating around in the environment. Priming is the phenomenon where exposure to one stimulus influences response to a later one, often without conscious awareness. A word, image, or sound can tilt thoughts and behaviors, steering people subtly but powerfully. Psychologists showed this in experiments where participants exposed to words related to old age Florida, bingo, wrinkle, later walked more slowly down hallways. Others primed with words about politeness were less likely to interrupt conversations. Even subliminal exposure, a brief flash of a smiling face, can tilt judgments of strangers more positively. The cues bypass reasoning, slipping beneath awareness. Marketers use priming all the time. Stores pump out scents like fresh bread to nudge hunger. Ads pair products with images of happiness, youth, or success so that the feelings transfer unconsciously. Even the music in a wine shop can influence sales. French music leading to more French wine purchases. German music leading to German wines. Everyday interactions show priming too. Hearing words of kindness makes people behave more generously. Being reminded of money makes people more individualistic and less cooperative. Seeing national flags before political questions can shift opinions subtly. The effect isn't mind control, but it shapes probabilities, nudging behavior in predictable directions. Humor sneaks in when priming is spotted in daily quirks. Someone hums a jingle they didn't realize they overheard in a store, or friends realize they all craved popcorn after sitting through 20 minutes of buttery movie trailers. The invisible strings become funny once they're obvious. Priming works because the brain is associative. Activating one concept makes related concepts more accessible. Awareness doesn't always block it, but it helps people pause before assuming their decisions are purely independent. Often the nudge was already there, hidden in the background music, the scent in the air, or the word that just happened to come first. Subliminal priming. Below awareness cues can sway impressions, context dependent. Priming works when cues are obvious enough to register consciously, but it can also creep in under the radar. Subliminal priming refers to stimuli flashed so quickly or subtly that people don't consciously notice them, yet their behavior or judgments may still shift. The idea of hidden messages in ads or films has fueled urban legends, but the real science shows smaller, more nuanced effects. In early experiments, researchers flashed words like thirst or drink on screens for milliseconds, too fast for conscious recognition. Later, participants given beverage options were more likely to pick water or soda if they'd been subliminally primed with thirst-related words. Other studies used faces, flashing, smiling, or frowning expressions influenced how much participants liked unrelated objects afterward. The cue slipped past awareness, but left fingerprints on preference. Marketers once salivated over the idea of subliminal ads, like the infamous claim that Drink Coca-Cola messages were hidden in movie frames. Though that specific case turned out to be exaggerated, the notion of subconscious nudges stuck in public imagination. Today, companies use subtler versions, logos tucked into visuals, background images tied to desired emotions, even ambient sounds reinforcing brand moods. Daily life offers low-key examples. A song playing faintly in a store nudges mood without customers realizing it. A faint scent of vanilla might make a cafe feel warmer, even if no one consciously registers it. Subliminal priming doesn't implant alien thoughts. It tilts existing inclinations. Humor often comes in conspiracy theories. Fluency effect. Easy to process ideas feel truer and safer. When something is easy to read, pronounce, or understand, the brain gives it a bonus point. It feels more truthful, more reliable, and more likable. This is the fluency effect, the bias where smooth processing translates into positive judgment. Researchers showed this with stock names. Companies with easy-to-pronounce tickers, like CAR, performed better early on than those with clunky ones, like XQJ. Investors, unconsciously, trusted fluency. Other studies showed trivia statements in clear fonts were judged more likely to be true than identical statements in hard-to-read fonts. Ease felt like credibility. Everyday life demonstrates this bias constantly. Catchy slogans stick, awkward ones vanish. A brand name like Apple feels friendly, while international business machines feels cold even before knowing anything about products. Politicians with simpler names sometimes enjoy advantages at the ballot box. Even personal interactions reflect it. Articulate, fluent speakers often get more trust, regardless of substance. Marketers exploit fluency shamelessly. Fonts are chosen for clarity, colors for readability, and slogans for rhythm. Just do it works because it flows easily. Instructions are simplified, not just for comprehension, but because smoother reading builds compliance. If it feels easy, it feels right. Humor peeks out in tongue twisters. People laugh when stumbling over phrases, knowing instinctively that lack of fluency makes things feel less trustworthy. Name-letter effect. We favor letters, and sometimes choices, linked to our name. Humans like themselves more than they realize, and that fondness spills over into letters. The name-letter effect is the tendency to prefer letters from one's own name, especially initials, and sometimes extend that preference to choices that resemble them. It's vanity hiding as coincidence. Psychologists first noticed this when people asked to rate letters consistently favored those in their names. Later studies showed subtle consequences. People named Dennis were statistically more likely to become dentists. People named Laura were slightly more likely to move to Louisiana. It's not destiny, it's bias, nudging preferences. Daily life reflects it in small quirks. People feel oddly pleased when a favorite brand starts with their initial, or they gravitate toward phone numbers with familiar digits. Even in dating, some studies suggest people feel warmer toward partners whose names share letters with their own. The ego sneaks into choices through alphabet soup. Marketers sometimes play with this. Personalized products, monogrammed towels, mugs with initials, sell well partly because people enjoy seeing their own letters reflected back. Emails addressed with first names often feel friendlier, but even seeing initials on packaging sparks a subtle glow of connection. Humor emerges in exaggerated coincidences. A man named Bill proudly drinks from a brand called Bill's Coffee, as if fate designed it, or someone insists they always liked Krispy Kreme because of the double K, forgetting they also like donuts. Commitment devices. Pre-commit now to corral your future self. Humans are notoriously bad at keeping promises to themselves. Future you always looks disciplined in theory, waking up early, saving money, eating healthier. But when the moment arrives, present you often sabotages the plan. Commitment devices are psychological and practical tricks designed to bridge that gap, making it harder for your future self to wriggle out of good intentions. Economists and psychologists describe them as tools for self-control. By locking in constraints today, people reduce the temptation tomorrow. Ulysses tying himself to the mast to resist the sirens is the classic metaphor. He literally prevented his future self from steering the ship into danger. Modern versions are less nautical but equally binding. Automatic savings deductions, gym buddies, or apps that block social media during work hours. Each is a way of saying, I don't trust future me, so I'll outsmart them now. Everyday examples abound. Someone trying to eat healthier refuses to buy junk food at the store, knowing that if chips aren't in the pantry, late night you can't raid them. Smokers sometimes give money to friends with the condition it'll be donated to an embarrassing cause if they relapse. People announce goals publicly, signing up for a marathon, posting fitness updates, because social accountability locks the door against quitting. Businesses and governments also use commitment devices. Retirement plans often auto-enroll employees, knowing inertia will keep savings flowing. Fitness apps gamify streaks, making breaking them feel like loss. Even subscription models can act as commitment devices, sometimes helpful, sometimes predatory, because they lock users into routines with recurring charges. Humor sneaks in when people get too creative with self-binding. Someone deletes a food delivery app only to re-download it an hour later, or locks their phone in a time safe and then spends 10 minutes Googling hacks to break into it. The comedy comes from watching present you and future you wrestle like mismatched siblings. Psychologically, commitment devices work by reducing choice. They strip away wiggle room, replacing intention with structure. While the brain craves freedom, it often thrives under constraint. Less space for excuses, fewer chances to procrastinate. The paradox is that limiting options today increases freedom tomorrow. By pre-committing to savings, you gain financial freedom later. By pre-committing to deadlines, you gain peace of mind. Awareness matters though. A commitment device only works if it's stronger than your ability to dismantle it. Setting a weak password on a blocking app won't help if you remember it easily. The best devices create real stakes, financial, social, or emotional, that future you would rather avoid than endure. At its core, the idea acknowledges a truth. Self-control is fragile, but foresight is powerful. By setting traps for your weaker self, you can steer toward long-term goals. Commitment devices don't make temptations vanish. They just make saying no easier when the moment of weakness arrives. In a way, it's a pact between present you and future you, a recognition that the enemy is also the ally, and the trick is to outwit yourself before you forget why you wanted to. Progress illusion. Streaks and near-goal markers energize effort. Few things motivate like the sense of being almost there. The progress illusion describes how even artificial signs of advancement can spur people to push harder, even if the actual task hasn't changed. Humans crave completion, and seeing progress, real or manufactured, creates energy to finish what was started. Psychologists tested this with loyalty cards. In one experiment, customers were given cards needing 10 stamps for a free coffee. Some received empty cards, others received cards with 12 spaces, 2 of which were pre-stamped. Both groups needed 10 purchases, but those with the head start finished faster and more often. The illusion of being already underway gave them momentum. Marketers adore this principle. Apps show loading bars crawling toward 100%, even when the bar doesn't reflect real progress. Online courses split lessons into checklists so users can tick boxes and feel accomplished. Fitness trackers celebrate arbitrary milestones. You've walked 9,000 steps, just 1,000 to go, nudging users to chase completion. The product hasn't changed, but the illusion of progress makes persistence easier. Daily life reflects the bias too. Students feel motivated when teachers mark off sections of a syllabus, even if the workload hasn't shifted. Gamers grind to level up, not because the reward is huge, but because the glowing progress bar whispers so close. Even mundane chores get gamified. Crossing off items on a to-do list feels so rewarding that some people add tasks they've already done, just for the pleasure of checking them off. Humor sneaks in here. People proudly announce, only 3 more episodes left in this series, as if binge-watching an entire season were a noble quest. Or a friend insists they're basically done cleaning because one corner of the room is spotless, while chaos reigns elsewhere. The illusion of being nearly there makes the task feel lighter, even when reality disagrees. The psychology hinges on goal gradient effects and dopamine. The brain interprets markers of progress as signals that the finish line is close, which releases motivation. Even arbitrary markers work. Emptying 80% of a progress bar feels satisfying, even if the final 20% takes the longest. Humans crave closure, so visible progress fuels persistence, but the illusion has downsides. Sometimes people chase streaks for their own sake, losing sight of whether the goal matters. Fitness apps guilt users into maintaining daily runs, even when rest would be healthier. Loyalty programs encourage unnecessary purchases just to finish the card. The drive for completion can tip from helpful to compulsive. Awareness turns the progress illusion into a tool. Recognizing that visible markers energize effort allows people to design habits intentionally, breaking big projects into smaller milestones, tracking progress visibly, or rewarding small steps. It transforms a daunting marathon into a series of achievable sprints. At its core, the progress illusion shows that motivation often comes less from the task itself and more from the story of nearing completion. The finish line may be arbitrary, but the energy it provides is very real. And sometimes, all someone needs to keep going is the comforting thought, just one more stamp, just one more step, just one more box to tick. Hedonic adaptation. We normalize, gains fast, and chase the next hit. Winning the lottery, landing a dream job, or buying a shiny new car often feels like life has changed forever. Yet weeks or months later, the thrill fades, and daily mood levels drift back toward baseline. This is hedonic adaptation, the psychological treadmill where both joys and setbacks lose their emotional punch over time, returning people to their usual level of happiness. Psychologists Brickman and Campbell first described this in the 1970s, showing that even major life changes didn't alter happiness as much, or for as long, as people expected. Lottery winners reported bursts of euphoria, but eventually returned to average satisfaction. Likewise, people who had suffered serious injuries initially felt devastated, but many also reported regaining normal happiness levels over time. The findings suggested humans are wired with a set point of well-being that resists permanent swings. Everyday life confirms this. The excitement of a promotion dwindles as the new role becomes routine. The thrill of a new phone fades after a week, replaced by minor annoyances like fingerprints on the screen. Even vacations, glorious in the moment, dissolve into hazy memories once regular work resumes. The brain quickly incorporates gains, demanding new stimuli to rekindle excitement. Marketers rely on hedonic adaptation. New products are hyped as life-changing, knowing consumers will soon feel restless again and crave the next upgrade. Social media capitalizes on it too. Likes, notifications, and viral trends deliver quick hits of dopamine, but the satisfaction fades fast, driving users to seek the next post or meme. The treadmill keeps spinning, and people keep running. Humor often peeks through when adaptation is obvious. Someone brags about their new car endlessly in the first week, only to start complaining about gas prices in the second. Or a friend raves about a gadget, then a month later, it's buried in a drawer. The comedy comes from how quickly amazing turns into ordinary. The psychology here blends biology and cognition. Humans evolved to adapt quickly to new environments, good or bad, so they wouldn't get stuck dwelling on past changes. This resilience is useful. It helps people recover from adversity. But it also means pleasure and achievement fade faster than expected. The treadmill ensures the chase for lasting happiness often leads back to square one. Awareness of hedonic adaptation can be freeing. If happiness always fades, it suggests the importance of savoring moments rather than expecting permanence. Gratitude practices, mindfulness, and focusing on experiences instead of material goods can slow adaptation and stretch satisfaction. Instead of endlessly chasing the next hit, people can train themselves to notice what already exists. Hedonic adaptation isn't destiny, it's a tendency. Recognizing it lets people step off the treadmill occasionally, appreciating the plateau rather than sprinting after the next peak. Happiness, it turns out, isn't about freezing joy in place, but about noticing it before the mind quietly folds it into the background and demands another upgrade. Thank you for staying with me all the way through these 100 hidden mind games. If this voice in your ear helped you spot a few more mental levers in your day-to-day life, that's more than enough. You've just passed through the looking glass of your own mind. Now that the curtain is pulled back, you can't unknow what you now know. The real question is, what will you do with that awareness?